All right, guys, we're back with another one. So the title of this one is Black Female Supremacy and Their Saboteurs. Now, this is going to be a constant topic, a constant theme we're going to talk about here on this channel because this is something I've noticed literally ever since I kind of jumped into the whole mulatto discussion or the mixed race discussion for all you more kind of innocuous types. Whenever I heard about these biracial, these mixed race spaces, I saw this constant theme of people trying to basically, uh, you know, cause division, or what I like to say, they kind of put in a wedge in between mulattoes. They try to divide us up and say, "Oh, well, you have a black mom, so you're different. You have a white mom, and you're different." And I've noticed this from the beginning. But what I've also noticed is that the main people who push this divide between black mom versus white mom, these are black people. Black people are black Americans, let me be specific, are the main ones that I have seen. Whenever they talk about biracials, they want to put this they want to make this distinction, differentiate, and also to cause division between which ones are more suitable to be subordinates. The black mom biracials versus, oh, if they have a white mom, they're going to be more defiant towards black authority. I've noticed this from the beginning. This is not something that merely biracial people are engaging in on their own. A lot of these people, biracial people, they're getting aid and assistance from black people to push this narrative, to basically sabotage our efforts of creating cohesion, establishing an identity, community, all of these things. So that's what the stream's going to be about tonight. There's a lot of overlap I'm going to go into. And like I said from the beginning, this is going to be a constant theme. I'm going to be talking about this a lot, but I have a lot of information I want to share with you guys tonight. It's long overdue. It's funny because what I'm going to start off with is a couple TikTok clips that I basically saved. They were in the archives for like over a year ago. I was going to talk about the couple clips I'm going to share with you right now. I was going to talk about this shit like a year ago. I have a backlog and so many things I want to share with you guys. But obviously, I'm, a functional working adult. I have other obligations. And so, but this is definitely, I'm committed to this because I really appreciate you guys, and you guys motivate me, those of you who are my supporters. And so I want to share this with you guys tonight, but there's a lot of other stuff I want to talk about as well that I've seen over the past week, and I guess I can say couple weeks. But where should we start? Because I do have a lot to share. I don't plan on being here all night. Obviously, it's late right now, depending on where you are. And yeah, so I got a few things to share. Let me get right into this. So we'll start it off kind of monologue as I'm doing right now. So the main arguments, okay, the title of the stream is Black Female Supremacy and Their Saboteurs. The main arguments, they talk about this divide between the black mom biracials versus the white mom biracials. Constant theme, right? I did a couple videos on it, and the videos got a lot of traction. And the main argument that the whole the black people, like I said, because it's black people who are trying to destroy our kind of continuity and our cohesion as a group. For biracials or mulattoes coming together, they're trying to interrupt our not black Americans specifically, are trying to interrupt us from forming a group. So they're putting in this wedge. They're trying to create this divide. So they're trying to divide us based on who our parent is, right? And yeah, so the main argument that they have, the people who say, the black people who say, oh, well, the black mom biracials, they're more connected to their black culture, you know, i.e. or AKA, they're more susceptible and suitable to be subordinates and subservient to blacks. Okay. So that's basically what they're saying. But their main argument is that they're grounded in the culture. The culture in the hood, the culture from the community. That's their main argument. It was all because the culture is transmitted from the mom. So if you have a black mom, well then she's gonna teach you the culture. She gonna teach you, how it is to be from the hood, right? That's the main argument. But I ask myself, well, the environment is the main factor. The environment, where is that mom placing that child? Are they gonna be in a urban hood environment? Are they gonna be in an upper class, non-black environment? The environment is the main factor for every child. It doesn't matter, regardless of their racial configuration, whether they are Anglo Saxon, white, whether they are Eastern Indian, whether they are Chicano, Chinese. It doesn't, the environment is going to dictate how that individual is enculturated, socialized, and, is brought up to be. It's the environment is the main critical factor of any biological species, if I can say that. Technical terms. The parent in it's this the situation of the parentage thing is very interesting because they play that with us, with biracials, with mulattoes. They play that with us. This constant thing, this oh, if you got a black mom or you got a white mom, this couple of clips I'm going to share with you is just really going to lay it out. That's why I named the title of this Black Female Supremacy, because we see this is mainly coming from black women who push this whole, oh, well, if they're a if it's a biracial with a black mom, they're going to be more uh enculturated in a black culture. Okay. The funny thing about that is most biracials that I see, whether they are in the United States, whether they are in Canada, whether they are in United Kingdom, most of us have in these countries, Western nations, I should say, have white moms and black fathers. So it's pretty interesting. But then, like I said, we see this kind of divide. And I'm like, why is this divide here? Who created this divide? Why is it here? Why is it ever present? It's looming its head over here because I never heard about this shit until I jumped on YouTube and started blabbing my mouth. Then I started to see, oh, there's actually people who were kind of clicking up and taking sides, so to speak, and they're not really down with the whole mulatto thing. They're actually more so, they have, how do I want to put this? Yeah, I started to realize that, oh, there's actually people who have different, how do I want to say this? Loss for words. Yeah, it's not, everybody, you know, damn. What am I going to say? A loss for words here. That we have a lot more in common than we give credit to, but there's an overarching influence, infringement that is trying to make sure that we don't come together and solve these issues. So the environment's the main critical thing. And we talk about this whole, okay, grounded in culture. Okay, they talk about if you have a black mom, you're going to be grounded in the culture, because the mom's going to teach you about what it is to be from the hood and Pan African and all this stuff, right? But I ask myself, well, if she was so pro blackety, biggity, blackety, blackety, black, why did she get with the white man? If she was grounded in the culture, you would think she'd get a black man, okay, right, and produce a black child. But she's so grounded in black culture from the hood that she got a white man. Yeah, very typical, right? The environment's the critical thing. It's the environment. Okay. So, like I say, how is she going to do that? How is she going to teach her child what it is to be a black person grounded in the culture? And I asked the question, what's the culture? Sexy red, you know? What does sexy red say? My pussy's pink and my booty hole's brown. That is literally black culture today in 2024. Sexy red. You guys know the rapper? My pussy's pink, my booty hole's brown. That's black culture. Okay? Have fun. And then you got the baby, and the rapper the baby, and the first thing he does, he gets himself a little yellow bone. Very typical with their ilk. Okay. And that's the culture. That is black culture, 2024. Tell me if I'm lying. Post a comment if you want to disagree. I'm gonna drop the link later on when I'm done with all this stuff. I'm gonna drop the link. Okay. So tell me if I'm lying. If Sexy Red doesn't represent the culture today in 2024, we're not talking about the 1970s. I know a lot of you people want to romance the civil rights era. You want to romance slavery, the struggle, and all this stuff. This is 2024. The culture today is Sexy Red. Okay. So have fun. And where was I going with that? Yeah, this idea of that if you have a black mom, the argument that black people, mainly the women, okay, black women will tell you is that, well, because they'll raise them to what it is to be a black person in the culture. But how is that when she ran to a white man's culture to get with the white man, right? She wanted to, procreate with the white man. She sought a white partner to have children with. So how is she closely connected to black culture if she ran to another group of people to have children with? Am I the only one who's seeing this? Like, does this not make sense, right? And of course, we see the narrative is that the white man will save them from themselves. You look at the BWE, the dust vesters, the divesters, because they're some of the main ones who push this crap. This whole black mom biracial bullshit is mainly pushed, we see, with a lot of the divestors, or I call them dust vesters. Okay. Oh well, they're going to talk about, oh well, you got a black mom, so they're gonna raise those biracial kids to uphold black culture. Even Cynthia G, I did a video over a year ago when I first started uploading content on this channel. Cynthia G did a whole community post talking about that. You can get a biracial man. Make sure that biracial, she was telling her black female audience, make sure that biracial man has a black mom. I'm sitting there like, this is crazy. These people push this crap in that community. But then the thing is, okay, well, you ran to the white man to save yourself from yourself, you know? So how down for the culture really are you if you're trying to run away from the culture? Let's be real here. Okay. And we see the whole idea, the whole fact is that both the men and women, a lot of them are extremely dysfunctional and they use biracials, okay, for their own benefit. They play on the fact that a lot of biracials are looking for a place of belonging. They use that to their disadvantage, okay? Because we already know in the community, a lot of them can just hang out on social media, smoke blunts, play video games, act stupid. They already have their spaces prearranged, okay? They have beef sector spaces, they got troll sector space. They got all this crap going on where they can just hang out and, hate on each other and shit, you know. And but they use you biracials because they know that a lot of you people want a place of belonging, okay? But they want to divide you up. They want to neutralize you. So their strategy is to go say, "Oh, what's your parents? What's your mom? What's your dad?" So we know what the black women, they're the ones who are going to push this black female supremacy, where they're going to say, "Oh, if your mom is black, then you're a good biracial because you're more grounded in the culture from the hood, Sexy Red, the baby from the community." But if you have a white mom, oh, well, you're a Karen. Your white mom taught you to be a racist, to not like black people. Isn't that what they tell you? Right? Right. And of course, because we see with black men, right? They're the main ones who are going to push and say, oh, it's the seed of your father. It's the seed of your father. If you got a black dad, well, then you black because it's the seed of your father. That's what the Kangs tell you. Isn't that what they tell you? Isn't that what black men tell you? to see your father. But we know with all these characters, their favorite mulatto in history is not Barack Obama, it's Bob Marley. But guess what? Bob Marley has a black mom, white father. So he's the seed of his father. His father's a white man. And the Kangs, they have no response to that. When you tell them, you know, you talk about the seed of your father, you know, you tell them, oh, Bob Marley has a white father, so he's a seed of a white man, so he's white. Then of course the Kangs are gonna move the goalpost. Okay. All of a sudden, oh no, because that's their favorite mulatto, like I said, you know, they love Bob Marley. Every dark skinned black man, they love Bob Marley. That's their favorite mulatto. See, all you regular random mulattoes, they want to punk you. They want to try to position you to be a subordinate, to serve them, right? They want the women, but the men, they want you to be foot soldiers or crash test dummies to serve them, right? So both of them, the men, the women, they're both on code. Like I already did a video or a stream. I talked about Chrissy and Kwame Brown. I'm going to drop another video about that. Kwame Brown literally calling mulattoes crash test dummies. And they're all on code. Dark skin Chrissy, dark skin Kwame Brown, the men and women, they're on code. And of course, they work with white supremacists. We already know the pro blacks, the black racists, the black supremacists, they work with the white supremacists to destabilize mulattoes. And so we see that how the black men, okay, I'm not saying all, but a lot of them, especially if they're pro black, they're going to push the seed of your father. They want to use, especially the women, they want to use the black father biracial women. Okay, use them and try to coerce them and force them to be underneath their influence, to identify with them, to mate guarding, to serve them, right? As a That's one of their methods. And then of course we see with black women, they're doing the complete opposite. They're trying to use biracials with black moms to serve them for their interests, for their little divester fantasy thing. The difference is because with the black women, the black mom biracials, like I said, they're in the minority amongst the mulatto collective. That's the difference. So their influence is not very it's not as strong, I can say that, as the other. But the black men, they only have influence over the women, the biracial women. Okay? Because we see that when some of these women, these biracial women, when they have their little biracial YouTube channels, and you look at their main supporters as black men, well, what do you expect? You know, got a biracial woman, she has a black father, white mother, and most of her supporters are black men. Are you surprised? I'm not. Yeah, that's the whole strategy, right? The black men are going to support the biracial woman with the black father to use her to attack biracial men, to neutralize us. Okay. And like I said, this works the other way around. It's a similar circumstance with the black women. When they see the biracial person with the black mom, they want to use that person to go against and neutralize. The whole point is they don't want us to come together. Okay, I'm speaking to you guys on a public platform. This is not too deep. This is all public knowledge at this point. I'm going to share a couple video clips, a couple comments, a few comments that I've seen. This is all public knowledge. I've observed all this stuff over the past year or so. So after this stream, you're damn right. This is going to be public knowledge, and we're going to continue to basically build upon this to show that there is literally a concerted effort to neutralize us. So I think I made all the main points with my little monologue here. Both the men and women. Okay, we already talked about that. The CDO father. Oh, well, if you got a black mom, she's going to raise you to be from the hood, the culture, and then the one point I want to add before I share a clip. It's funny because a lot of the black women who talk about that, they're going to raise their biracial child, to be down with the black hood and all this shit. Why don't you get a black man? to do that, to raise your black child to be down with the black hood. It's funny because the same black women, they raise the same men they complain about. So we already know it's an eternal issue. It has nothing to do with biraciality or a mulatto individual. It's an eternal issue at this point because we already know, like yeah, you raise the same men you complain about. We already know in the African American community, overwhelmingly majority of them are raised in single parent households, literally like over 75%. We can say most. I'm not an absolutist. I'm not saying all, but we can say safely say with the data, the numbers to provide us with or to give us proof is that it's most, okay, are raised by black women. But you'll have a lot of these women who will complain about the men, but it's like, well, they were raised by black women. So, and I know DC's in the chat. Shout out to DC. And like she's can attest to this as well. Like I think I reviewed one of her comments where she was basically like, yeah, they just want to use us as a test subject. They want to use biracials. A lot of black women want to use biracials as a test subject to prove that the stereotypes are false. Because a lot of them there's a stereotype on them, stigma, that they're bad moms. Now, they're not the only bad moms. We know it doesn't matter what racial background or culture you come from. There's bad moms of every group. But a lot of them want to use their biracial children as like test subjects, right? And say, oh, well, we can produce, they can be better, et cetera, right? And I'll get into that a lot more later. Let me get into this YouTube clip right now. Let me see. We got DC in the house. Shout out to you, DC. Appreciate you being here. So you got some cat King Dante. I don't think you thought this through. You're just being reactive to idiots, in turn making you stagnant on stupid S. Yeah. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. It's probably someone's troll account that I blocked. I block a bunch of people, a bunch of random characters. So I'm pretty sure this is a guy who's someone I blocked. So he went to his little troll account. Says, should we act barbaric? No, we should not. No, we're better than that. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Because your opposition is going to be extremely barbaric. Your opposition. And we have to show the world that no, we're not the same. We're not the same. There's a difference between me and these characters over here. And that's the intention of this channel. I'm going to point it out. There's a massive difference when we're not the same, right? Let me get into this clip right here.
Are still not getting this, so I'm going to provide a visual aid. This is Zoe Kravitz's mom, Lisa Bonet. Her mom is white, her dad is black.
She's talking about Lisa Bonet. Lisa Bonet, she just said, has a white mom, a black dad. Now listen to this carefully, okay? Because I'm going to rewind it and let you guys listen to it again. This is some random TikToker. I found this clip over a year ago, but I'm talking about it now. Listen to this.
Here's Lenny Kravitz. His mom is black and his dad is white. And depending on who you ask, this is the superior kind of biracial, but it's none of my business. Both my parents are black. So
that was very subtle, but very striking, I might add. I'm going to rewind that and play it again. But before I do that, I'm going to repeat it. This TikToker, this black queen, liberal shill on TikTok literally said, Lenny Kravitz is a black mom, a white dad. And she said, depending on who you ask, that's the superior biracial. And she said, it's none of my business because both of her parents are black. Literally, the words out of her mouth were superior biracial. I've been wanting to talk about this with you guys for over a year. I'm getting to it now because I got a couple other receipts that are kind of in conjunction or congruent with this whole discussion. Let me rewind that, play it again. Listen carefully, guys. Okay.
Kravitz. This is Zoe Kravitz's mom, Lisa Bonet. Her mom is white, her dad is black. Here's Lenny Kravitz. His mom is black and his dad is white. And depending on who you ask, this is the superior kind of biracial, but it's not.
Depending on who you ask, this is the superior biracial. Very interesting. This is a black woman. This is a queen who's saying this. Okay. Lenny Kravitz, because Lenny Kravitz is married to Lisa Bonet. They have a child, Zoe Kravitz. Zoe Kravitz, mulatto. Both of her parents are mulattoes. She's a mulatto. Okay. And I saw this TikTok clip a year ago. I was like, oh, let me save this. Let me put this in the database. I gotta talk about this. She literally sat there and publicly said, she tries to act very kind of nonchalant and kind of to remove the how do I put this? She wanted to remove her basically guilt, or I don't know how to phrase this at this moment. But she's saying on depending on who you ask. She's trying to play dumb or innocent. If you ask her, she's gonna tell you, because I have another clip about with the same woman. She's one of these people who's pushing this whole black female supremacy. If you have a black mom, they're more grounded in the culture, aka i.e. meaning they're going to be be more subordinate and subservient to blacks, right? And I found this striking when I heard this woman say superior. Those are her words, not mine. She literally used the word superior talking about biracials, saying that, oh, well, because they have a black, Lenny Kravitz has a black mom, this is the superior kind of biracial. Literally, this is a black person saying that. But this is the same black person that will fucking whine and cry about white supremacy, about racism. But when they're talking about your biracial rear end, they're going to start making a difference and differentiate and talking about, oh, this one's superior, this one's not superior. Because a lot of these racist blacks, they want to be racist whites, but they don't have any test subjects. They don't have a population that they can kind of punk and use until they come across biracials. When they come across you, especially you mulattoes, then they realize, aha, I can use you. I can wield influence over you. And this is where it comes from. You heard this woman, you literally used the word superior, talking about biracial people. A lot of this stuff doesn't get talked about a lot. And this is on TikTok. I don't know the woman's, her handle name is in the clip. I'm pretty sure she has thousands of followers and thousands of views and all this crap. And this is a type of stuff that's been able to metastasize on these communist pro-black LGBT platforms like TikTok. Excuse me, I think I said YouTube earlier. TikTok. There's a TikTok clip. And this woman, this black queen, yeah, pro-black, pro-LGBT, black racist, black supremacist, they've been able to metastasize, especially on TikTok. Okay, and they're spreading this crap. And what the whole purpose of this is to divide us up so we don't form a group. These are black supremacists. They want to keep mulattoes under their influence to neutralize us so we serve blacks. And according to them, they feel like if you are a biracial with a black mom, you will be more susceptible to be a subordinate to blacks, which is not true, because with my social media, what I've been doing for over a year, a lot of my supporters have black moms and they support my content. A lot of my, especially women, I have a lot of women who are mulatto, who have black moms, they support my content. And it's like, so it's not true that a lot of these people, if they have a black mom, that they're just going to just kiss black ass and be punked by blacks. That's not true. It's the environment that plays a critical role in everybody's enculturation process. I already talked about this from the beginning. The environment is a critical factor. I was not socialized to glamorize hood culture. I was not socialized to glamorize the struggle from the hood. We struggling with Pookie in the white man's mean. I was not socialized like that. I had a lot of white neighbors. I had a couple black neighbors. I had different neighbors, but I wasn't in an environment where it was, glamorous to be a thug, a degenerate, a piece of shit that's destroying society. I wasn't from that culture. Okay. So let me finish this clip off and then I'll get to the next clip. But I'm saying, this lady right here, this TikTok clip, she literally said black mom biracials are superior. She says, oh, depending on who you ask. but it's her. You ask her, she's gonna tell you.
Black. Here's Lenny Kravitz. His mom is black and his dad is white. And depending on who you ask, this is the superior kind of biracial, but it's none of my business. Both my
It's crazy how it's like she plays it off like she's innocent. Like they love to be proud victims, even when they're racist and they're scum. They love that proud victim title, to be a proud black racist. And they're literally using the language superior. That's why in the title of the stream, I put black female supremacy. A lot of these people are literally using the word superior. You can't make this shit up. Okay, guys. I'm just providing the receipts and information and giving my general observation on it. And you can see the kind of text here says math, but make it biracial for educational purposes only. And this is a black female racist. Weaponizing biracials against one another to neutralize us so we stay underneath the black umbrella to serve blacks. That's their goal. The men and the women, they both have that same goal. But like I said, the women, they want to use the black mom biracials to stay underneath blacks to serve blacks. And then black men will use the black dad biracials to serve blacks, stay underneath them because they have a gender war. We already know that in the community, the African American community, they have a gender war. The men and women can't get along. They can't form family. Not all. Like I say, I'm not an absolutist. Over 75% illegitimacy rate. I'm not saying all. There's a lot of functional black families. Shout out to them. Cheers to them. I support them. I support good Americans, good people who are family oriented. But we look at even here on YouTube as a kind of test study where you have these literal spaces, Divester, BWE, and then Black Manosphere, Passport Bros. You have spaces where there's like gender warring. It's very gender specific within the black group. And you look at the numbers, and it's and they're weaponizing when they have children with other groups of people. They have biracial children. They're going to weaponize these children, okay, against each other to stay subordinates and serve blacks, instead of these children growing up and realizing, hey, look, my place is not amongst these people being underneath them, a subordinate. I got to create a community with people who are similar, the similar phenotype. They look like me. We share a similar culture. Okay. They don't want us to do that. They don't want us to break away. They want to keep us under their influence. Main thing on this stream here, right?
parents are black. So if Zoe's mom is half black, right? And so is her dad, right? Zoe has 1/4 black from her dad, but also 1/4 black from her mom. Are we all here yet? So this is Zoe Kravitz. Now, if we were to reduce this fraction to something simpler, right? It would be this. Now, does this look familiar? Ah, yes, it does, because it looks like her dad.
Yeah, Zoe, it's very basic. She's talking to the dumb idiots that who follow her, because clearly she's a black racist, so she's not gonna have a lot of smart people on her channel. But it's very basic mathematics. Even I'm not a geneticist, okay? Very simple, okay? Zoe Kravitz, like she said, Lisa Bonet, white mom, black father. She's biracial, mulatto. Lenny Kravitz, black mother, white father, he's mulatto. Now, according to her, the black queen, given a commentary, she said, oh, he's superior because he has a black mom. That's the critical point I want to point out in this. But of course, if both of these mulattoes, both of these biracials, they have a child, the child's going to be mulatto or biracial in simpler terms, It's funny because they developed a whole term they call MGM. They're trying to say, well, that child's MGM. MGM doesn't mean anything because you people don't gatekeep MGM. You let these black people use that term because they got less than, 18% non-black ancestry. So they're going to call themselves MGM. You let people that are blacker than Wesley Snipes call themselves. That's the thing about the MGM. Why there's one person that I can say that I respect that uses the term MGM that I respect, and her name is Diana. I think the Femcell Slayer. I think that's think she deleted her channel, honestly. She got tired of all the YouTube BS and drama and crap. Her name was Diana, I think uh MGM or Diana the Femcell Slayer, something like that. Diana. Okay. And when I first heard about the mix or the golden sphere, the mixed spaces, I saw her channel and stuff like that. She's like one of the only ones that I honestly can respect when she says she's an MGM. Because you look at her, she's on camera. She's not a coward like a lot of these fucking idiots you see on YouTube. She's gonna be on camera, say, "Hey, look at me. This is what I am." And she's not like identity policing. So I respect her. I respect Diana. And she says she's MGM. I think her mom is biracial, whatever. I think her father's black, something like that. But you look at her, you can kind of tell, okay, I get it. I respect that. That's her identity. She says she's more black identified, but she acknowledges that she's mixed and that she's MGM. I get that. I respect her, okay? Shout out to Diana. But the thing is, a lot of these other characters that I've seen in these spaces, in these mixed race spaces, specifically on YouTube, they're not gatekeeping what it is to be a quote unquote MGM. They're letting someone that's blacker than Wesley Snipes with literally, like I said, minimal admixture. Okay, not even a griff. Okay, if you want to use the term griff, that's 25% European. You got people who are less than, 18% non-black, and they want to pretend to be a griff now, and they're going to say they're MGM. And I'm like, these terms are so loosely used, they don't gatekeep it. Because to me, being mulatto, look, I say 50-50 European African, 60-40, the cutoff line. Okay. There's a lot of us, we have some minimal admixture of indigenous or Native American, etc. That's fine. But there is definitely a criteria with me. With other people, they'll dance around and they'll use terms like mixy and they'll include you in their little LGBT liberal club. That's fine. With me, I'm ultra specific about the specific target demographic that I'm speaking for, advocating for, and acknowledging. There's no fuckery or foolishness or games. And I don't see that with the MGM group. They're not gatekeeping it. They let anybody claim MGM to where literally it's just somebody with admixture. In a lot of cases I'm seeing, they're letting them just pretend. It's like they're staying underneath black culture. That's the whole key, is that they want to stay underneath black culture. But I went on to a whole spew there. Let me finish this off.
And her mom, who are biracial, making her, surprise, surprise, biracial. And before you start, I do think that biracial people are black, but having
You hear that? She says she thinks biracial people are black, but we already heard what her intentions are. Now, I'm pretty sure she's LGBT. It's kind of evident just looking at her posture, her tonality, the way she's presenting information, which is very common in their community. You have a lot of black women, LGBT. And so we already seen how she's weaponizing the one drop rule, where she said, according to her, she's like, oh, well, the biracials are, according to her, she's saying that, oh, they're still just black. No, they're biracial. But we already heard this woman say, oh, well, depending on who you ask, the black moms are superior. Do you want to be in that group? Do you want to be underneath this black who's literally going to sit there and tell you that this person's superior? We're like, this language it's extremist language. This is a black identity extremist. This extremist language to sit there and use this term superior. Okay. I'm sitting there like, what the F? This is insane. Like, this is socially acceptable. It's on Tik Thought. What do you expect? Pro black, pro LGBT, pro LGBT communist. That's what Tik Thought is. Okay. All the BLM, lesbian, black, LGBT, communist, socialist, communist, okay, anti-man. That's what you get when you go to TikTok. And she's over there and she's spreading this racist hate, anti-white woman, okay, talking about, oh, if depending on who you ask, if they have a black mom, those are the superior ones. I'm sitting there like, bro, I'm not in your group. I am not underneath you people. You can do your little TikTok videos and all this crap. I'm not underneath you people, okay? I'm not. You can kiss my ass. I'm not underneath you people. And guess what? I'm just one dude, but there's a lot of other people who sympathize with me. They're not going to be underneath you people either. You can whine and cry to YouTube, whine and cry to TikTok, but guess what? I'm still going to be here. Another platform, another website, still doing my thing, stomping my feet. I'm still going to be up in here, but I am not underneath you people, period. So let me finish this off. Going to play the other clip.
Two biracial parents makes you biracial.
That's it. Let me play this next one for you guys.
A joke as much as the next guy. And honestly, when I posted the chart, I thought we were all on the same.
It's funny. Like I said, it's LGBT, right? Because she said, I can take a joke as much as the next guy. She's going to say guy. She didn't say gal. Significant because I'm a linguist, okay? By discipline, a speech guy, communication speech guy. That's literally my discipline at the university level. Speech language pathology. So I tutor students around the world in English. So my focus is on etymology, linguistics, and speech communication in English. And I'm listening to her words, her cadence, and she said, I'm like, listen to this, the next guy. Or like,
I can take a joke as much as the next guy. And honestly,
I can take a joke as much as the next guy. But don't you have a vagina? So you should say, I could take a joke as much as the next gal or the next woman. Do you guys not like notice that? Like even with the first clip I played, like I said, I had both of these clips stored in archives for over a year. I wanted to talk about this a year ago, but we all have a life. We all got stuff going on. And I'm watching this now, kind of reviewing this because I didn't do a ton of review on these clips. On the comments I'm going to talk about, I did some review, but with this one, I'm like, this is a LGBT woman. You know, am I like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that. Like her posture, her tonality, her stance, you look at her cadence, even the words, her word choice, like it's very common in their community. But that's critically important to notice that because there's a lot of issues that are going to come, a lot of confusion that's going to come from that. And then they're going to push this black female supremacy. But then you come to find out the people who are the black female supremacists, you see a lot of LGBT there. Can't have families, you can't have productive families and communities when you are pushing that crap. And you look at the results and it's not good. I'm just an outsider. Like I said, I'm not from the community, just an outsider looking in. Let's finish this clip.
When I posted the chart, I thought we were all on the same page. I didn't think it was going to get 6 million views. I also thought by making it clear that I was repeating what biracial people were telling me in the comments and not what I thought would help. But I guess it didn't because...
Why does the black community always worry about biracials and our parents? Y'all ain't worried about your emotionally incest mothers, your abusive fathers, your siblings all across the country that you don't know exist? Y'all are so worried about biracials, but you aren't worried about yourself. Get it together.
Two things here. It's clear what kind of biracial you are. And a change of pace for me, because you know I'm the jokester, the amount of internalized anti-blackness here was painful to watch.
Now, you guys caught that, right? Now, I reviewed that woman, the biracial woman who's giving the commentary. I reviewed a couple of her clips before, and spot on. I really like that woman, biracial woman, because her sentiments with mine are spot on. Like with her whole thing was, look, the picking and choosing just doesn't work for me. And she's like, look, I'm going to choose for you black people. Look, I'm not black. I'm biracial. I'm sorry, black people, that I have benefits and privilege in society. I'm sorry, but it is what it is. I'm not black. You guys got to deal with it. So I'm with that mulatto woman who was just she was just on the screen talking. But this LGBT, racist, black supremacist woman on the screen, you guys heard her when she said, you guys want to guess what type of biracial this is. This is a black mom. What is the defiance? Because to them, they honestly feel like if you have a black mom, you won't be defiant. That's how they feel. They feel like, oh, if you have a black mom, you're going to know your place serving underneath the blacks. You're always going to apologize for being light skinned, apologize for being biracial. Where those of us, a lot of us, we have white moms, black fathers. Like, I don't apologize to fucking whites for being half black. If I'm not gonna apologize to whites, to white men, white women, what the fuck makes you think I'm gonna apologize to some fucking black because I'm half white? That's a guy like me, like talking to you guys right now. I'm thinking about this. Like, this is how bizarre it is. Like, what makes these people think I'm going to walk on eggshells to soothe their ego and insecurities, that I'm going to apologize for my being? Like, I was not socialized that way. But according to her, this queen, if you disagree with her, oh, well, you must have a white mom. I know what kind of biracial you are. You guys see the level of it's just disgusting. This level of animosity they spew towards us, right? And we're supposed to sit here and just smile and take it like, ah, ha, ha, yeah, yeah, we're part of the community, we're in the same family. I'm going to play that again, guys. Listen to it carefully.
I thought would help. But I guess it didn't because
Why does the black community always worry about biracials and our parents?
And she, like I said, why does the black community always worry about biracials and our parents? It's none of their fucking business. The reason why they worry about it is because that's the weapon that the black supremacists, the racists want to use to divide you up. They're forever going to be worried about your parents because, like I said, a lot of them feel like, oh, if you have a black mom, you're going to be more grounded in the black culture, aka they feel like you're going to be more subordinate and subservient to black people. That's literally like what my analysis is, my observation when I look at this stuff. Because why the hell do they care? Why do black people care whose parents who? If I have a white mom or a black mom, why is it their business? When we already know they're going to discriminate against us because we're lighter skinned, because we're half European. We already know they're going to be racist towards us for whatever reason. Okay. But they're so fixated on our parents, which one of our parents are who, when it's like these people, the community, they got a lot of other issues. Like, they're worse off than a lot of us in any other group, whether it's Asian, Hispanic. And I know a lot of people are not going to like that. They're going to take what I'm saying and they're going to try to twist it and spin it to like be something negative, but it's like they complain all the time about how they're on the bottom because they're darker skin. You don't have it as worse as me. So I'm just like going with that. It's okay, I get it. Like, and especially the woman on the screen, the mulatto woman, where it's like, yeah, we know, yeah, a lot of you people say that you're not the same as us, that we don't have it as bad as you. I don't know what to tell you. But the whole picking and choosing thing, it's not working for me. Okay. But they constantly use this as a weapon against us.
Y'all ain't worried about your emotionally incest mothers, your abusive fathers, your siblings all across.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the abusive fathers, the mothers, where it's like, look, they have 75+% out of wedlock birth rate. That's not white people. That's not the white supremacy. That's not biracials with white moms. That's you people. That's y'all. I'm talking about the community now. And please post a comment because I'm gonna review it because I use you people for content here on this channel. So please tell me I'm wrong, because like, you guys got a bunch of other issues out here, but they stay all up in my space, all up in my channel, all up everything I'm doing. They stay invested in it. And I developed this channel as a response to all the anti-mulatto, anti-biracial rhetoric. Okay. Like you see with this woman here who's talking about black mom biracials are superior. Because according to this LGBT light-skinned black woman, she feels like the black mom biracials will be better slaves to serve pro-black women, pro-black LGBT women. Okay. That's significant.
The country that you don't know exists. Y'all are so worried about biracials, but you aren't worried about yourself. Get it together.
Yeah, they're more worried about biracials than themselves. you know? And I see that too. There's some idiot clown who DM'd me earlier because I got his dumbass on the thumbnail where it's like, yeah, they're more worried about us. Like, why don't you worry about yourself? The thing is, you're gonna sit around and go to other people's channels and put comments about me and all this shit. And you don't think I'm gonna watch? I'm gonna look at it and like, I'm not gonna respond. I'm gonna let your dumbass go out here and try to slander me, you know? But they're worried about you because they want to keep you as their subordinate because everybody in society is basically above them. There's nobody underneath them in this kind of racial hierarchy, this totem pole, this social totem pole in society. So they want to feel like they have power over somebody. That's where you come in. You're the biracial, the mulatto individual. They want to feel like they have power over you. So that's why they're heavily invested in you and what you're doing, your channel, your social media, right? That's why they're super fixated on what biracials are doing, the biracial person's parents, what they're going through, and all this stuff. They're super heavily invested on you because they need you to feel like they're accomplishing something in society. They need a group of people to punk. Okay. Nobody else would accept them and tolerate them with their behavior. But a lot of biracial people are stuck in that group. They're stuck serving underneath them. Very sad and unfortunate. I didn't have that issue. I don't have, I never will. You know, I'd rather be deceased than serving these type of people, these bottom dwellers. I couldn't live with myself serving these individuals. That's not how it works for me out here.
Two things here. It's clear what kind of biracial you are.
And you see that smart ass comment she made. It's clear what kind of biracial you are. See, her ultimate competition is white women because white women have more power than any other woman on the planet, we could say. In this American context, we can say for sure. So, yeah, she's throwing shots at white mom biracials, very nonchalantly, like I said, where she's like, it's clear what kind of biracial you are. Because in her eyes, she feels like if it was a black mom biracial, she feels like, oh, they know their place underneath black women. They would never talk back to the black queen of the community. It's funny because biracial women that have white moms, a lot of them talk back to their white moms. Like, I'll just publicly say, even, with my family, my sister, okay, there's been conflict there. Even with me, my own mom, there's been, we're all humans. We all have families. And it's like, yeah, people want to say if there's conflict with my black father, but yeah, there's been conflict with my white mother as well, which, like I said, with my sister, getting a little personal, but similar there. And you can talk to other biracial women. I'm not going to name names. Other mulatto women, you hear their testimony, they'll tell you as well that they don't get along with their white mom or that there's problems there. Same thing with their black dad. It's like that's very common. But even when you examine blacks, like they don't even know their damn black dad or they don't get along with their black mom. So it's like same thing with whites, like every other group, but they try to use us. They try to use that the against us as biracials or mulattoes to destabilize us. Okay, that's what I want to point out here with these black female supremacists, how they want to try to weaponize which parent is black and which one's not to use against us. And they interlope into our spaces. That's critically important. Once they see that we're navigating and we are developing a level of cohesion and starting to kind of build spaces, networks for ourselves, they will interlope and infringe upon our spaces and they will spread the same type of black racist supremacist BS to destabilize us because they want us to still be underneath black people to serve them. Because then I ask the question, why the fuck are they even here? I don't like, there's this one guy who just messaged me. It's like, I don't like you. Why are you messaging me? Why are you emailing me? It's like weirdos. When you're on YouTube, you got fanboys. Literally. I'm just a regular guy out here. Like, I got people who are fucking fanboys. Like they want to watch me or they hate watching me or whatever, but it's like I don't like you, bro. Go somewhere else, skedaddle, but they'll go somewhere else. They'll still watch me, but then they'll talk ish about me. They'll go to another biracial person's channel to talk S about me. And I'm sitting there like, bro, you're not biracial, homie. I don't know. I don't care what the hell you are. You're an interloper. You're creepy. You're weird. And this is par for the course with this whole YouTube endeavor. Let me finish this off.
And a change of pace for me, because I'm the jokester. The amount of internalized.
Yes, you are the jokester. You are the jokester. She's going to talk about internalized racism. Right? Because she's like, according to her, biracials are, if you're biracial, you're still just black, according to her. So she's a one dropper. But we already know she's a black racist because she's saying that if you have a black mom, you're superior. So she's already exposed. Any biracial person who's following that woman, who listens to her, like, I mean, geez, I mean, help, you know, God bless you. Okay, that's what I can say. God bless you, because this woman, she doesn't have her best interest at heart. And it's clearly obvious she's LGBT, but she's like this black female supremacist LGBT, and she's going to hate on biracial people that have white moms. And I'm like, well, in America, UK, Canada, most biracials have white moms. Like, who the hell is going to sign up for this, for what she has to offer? Like, bro, like, you're not hitting my Cash App. You're not giving me no money. You're not dancing or singing for me. I don't even deal with you like that. Okay. You can talk all the crap you want about you got a white mom. Okay. I'm good with my white mom. I mean, shit. If you're not paying me or dancing for me, I don't deal with you like that. It's just hilarious how they have the ego to come out here thinking they're gonna slander you or something because you have a white mom. It's like, okay, I'm in a civilized society. People like you are on notice out here. You know what I'm saying?
Anti-blackness here was painful to watch. Like, that shit hurt me. She's a beautiful girl, and I've never not affirmed the black.
Of course, she would say she's a beautiful girl because we know this is a LGBT black female supremacist, so that's pretty obvious.
Blackness of biracial people, and to hear her say your community, the black community.
Yeah, your community. It's not our community. Because when you hear that same woman who sits there and says superior, like Lenny Kravitz is superior because he has a black mom, I'm like, bruh, I'm not in your community. I don't deal with that racist crap. You racist blacks who want to sit there and be racist to mulattoes and biracials. I don't deal with you people. All that, when I started to see all this mulatto, anti-biracial racism from these blacks, man, I stepped the F back. I was like, look, you people, there's so much racism and anti-white, anti-American, anti-mulatto racism with you people. I stepped the hell back. I was like, I can't deal with a lot of you people. You people are bad for the mental health of mulattoes. You people are racist. You're anti-American. You're pro-communist. I can't deal with you people. But she's going to sit there and turn around and talk about, oh, it's your white mom, so you're inferior. She's saying the black moms are superior. And I'm sitting there like, who's going to sign up for that deal? Who's going to accept that? Who's going to sign up for that? Not me. You want to sit there and say I'm the bad guy or I'm the bi-racist, guy. Shit. I mean, I'm not underneath you people. I don't give a damn what the hell you say. I'm not underneath you. So I wanted to share those two clips with you guys. Like I said, I saw those clips like over a year ago. It just took me a minute to kind of get to it because of everything else that's going on. So, and that brings me to a couple other comments that I saw on one of my recent live streams. I'm going to get to your guys' comments as well. We've been up in here for an hour, so we definitely got some time. Just getting started, I guess. I might add, just getting started. Got some comments from somebody. This was on my live stream last week. The live stream was pro-black methodologies for destabilizing mulattoes. Actually, 2 weeks ago. Apologize. Got a lot of views. 2.5K views. Okay, 2,500 views 2 days ago. It's talking about a clip with Phil Advice Show, right? I received a comment from somebody. This person, this individual here, I want to talk about. This is going to be in conjunction with this here. With this stream, we talking about this black female supremacy and their saboteurs, because they have saboteurs. They have people who want to sabotage us from creating our own group. Okay. Now, this woman here, Shanta Cresswell, okay, she's going to get the attention she wanted. She wanted to get the shine. She wanted to get the attention, putting her stupid ass comment on my page. Okay, well, yeah, congratulations. Going to talk about it now. She puts here, everyone has their own opinion. I am a lighter skinned black woman. Okay. She says, my father's name is Red. He's a light skinned black man with a sandy colored fro. I don't give a damn about your color or your featureism and all this crap. I'm talking about your culture. Okay. Because all this stuff about the name is red, light skin, the sandy colored fro. I don't give a damn about your skin color, the color of your hair, the texture of the fro. Okay. If you're going to act like a racist savage, I don't want to deal with you. Okay. I'm going to deal with the individual who's proud of their culture. Like what I found is a lot of Ghanaian people from Ghana, West Africa, these West African cultures, they're proud of their culture. I'm going to deal with them. I'm going to do business with them. I'm going to associate with them. But these kind of conquered slaves, a lot of these people here in America, I'm not going to deal with you. We were talking about your light skinned black dad and the sandy. I don't give a damn about the skin or the fro or all this crap. It's your culture. You're a racist, black supremacist, racist, anti-white, anti-mulatto. Okay, you're an issue for any civilized individual. Continuing on with the comment, she puts, my mother is a dark-skinned black woman with long straight hair to her butt. It's like all this feature crap, this featureism. You can say, I never asked this woman about all the hair texture and skin color and all this crap. I don't give a damn about this. All this information is futile. I hope you guys can see this. Let me kind of see if I can zoom it in. I think you guys can get a better glimpse now. Sorry about that. Like, I'm looking at this comment, like, I don't give a damn about your skin color or your hair texture, all this crap. You're just projecting your insecurity on me. I'm a bald guy with light skin, but I have a white mother, black father, mulatto, European African. Like, no, the culture a lot of you people have is disgraceful, and you're proud to be a victim, and I don't like that. I don't like that crap. So let me continue on. A lot of people call me red. That's what she's saying, right? I thought the Native Americans had that title. Whatever. Says I had a child with a black man that was light scanned. She knew, you know. I'm reading this now. She probably meant to say skinned, but she said scanned. Whatever. My son looks like a Mexican. Well, the thing is, Mexico, it's a country. So Mexican, by definition, it's a nationality. There's a lot of variations with Mexican people. Lupita Nyong'o is a dark-skinned, uh, woman, African, Negroid features. She's a Mexican. She was born in Mexico. The name Lupita is like Spanish name, right? So she's a Mexican, but she's a Mexican Kenyan because both of her parents are from Kenya. I don't know which tribe, but so Mexican is a nationality. Okay, it's not a race. They have a language, a culture, Spanish culture, religion, Catholicism. They have a lot of traditions with their indigenous, like the Aztec traditions, etc. It's a group of people. They use the term La Raza, Viva la Raza, forever the race. They identify themselves as a race. I know because I'm from California in the Southwest United States. They're very prideful in their kind of group cohesion, their racial kind of consciousness. But they have a lot of variations. Like there's a lot of Mexican people who are darker skinned than me. And there's a lot of them who are way lighter, of course, lighter than me. They're more Spanish presenting, right? More European presenting, pale skin, etc. You have the most famous Mexican boxer right now is Canelo Alvarez. His name is Saul Alvarez. They say Canelo because of cinnamon. In Spanish, Canelo is cinnamon because he's a ginger. I'm pretty sure he has German background. I read somewhere doing some research on him. He's like German background or whatever. There's a lot of German immigrants who migrated to Mexico. So Canelo Alvarez is like a ginger guy, freckles, redhead, light skin or pale skin, whatever. And it's like, but he represents Mexican boxing currently at the moment. But majority of Mexicans that I've seen have like brown skin. My complexion, or a lot of them darker. So it's like they don't all look the same. It's a nationality. Let me just lay it out there because clearly you look at this woman, her avatar. Yeah, she's typical in the community. So, and of course, these are the type of people they're going to weaponize their biracial children against the rest of us to serve blacks. Not going to happen. Puts here, there is no white in neither one of my grandparents or great grandparents. They have told us our whole life that we are Native American Seminoles. Typical with them. They're not even going to say they're black now. They're going to say that they're Seminoles, that they're Native Americans. Typical. Okay. So, no, I don't agree with the comment about wanting some of that whiteness from y'all. Why y'all act like black women don't have babies of all colors? Most of you don't. Most of you don't. Someone on TikTok earlier was talking about like a rare occurrence or a case of a black woman somewhere in Africa, I think Nigeria, who had like a light skinned kid or something like that, or I don't know, some rare circumstance or something that most people are not aware of. But no, most of y'all, like, you don't create white babies like that, okay? Why y'all act like black women don't have babies of all colors and all hair colors and all eye colors? This is the whole Eve gene, black female supremacy. Oh, because I'm a black queen, I can have babies of all colors. Like, nobody cares about your color, ma'am. It's the ghetto culture that you promote, this proud victim culture that you promote that civilized people don't want to associate with. And it puts right here, or she puts right here, we are the blueprint for everyone on this planet. This is the Eve gene. This is black female supremacy. You see this queen here. How much you guys want to bet that this queen here is working for a white man and her manager or her supervisor is a white woman? She's going to jump on the internet, on YouTube, talking shit about white women. But yet, how much do you want to bet that she's serving and working underneath a white woman? That's how most of them are. Okay. Call me a bad guy. Call me a racist. I've seen it throughout my whole life. I'm in my early 30s. Okay. Traveled this country, been around the block a few times. I'm looking around. I'm like, yeah, how much you want to bet? I see a lot of these black women, these queens. As soon as that white woman walks in the room, they jump up. They know who to obey. They know who they take orders from. I've seen it long enough to know. Okay. So she jumps on YouTube and talks about we are the blueprint for everyone on this planet. But yet her paycheck is signed off by that white woman. Her manager is that white woman. How much you guys want to bet? She's in that office with that white woman. She's kissing that white woman's ass. See, I figured this out with these people a few years ago when I was at the university. I started to see how they operate, how they want to act all uppity and tough with biracials, trying to punk biracials. But they love white people. They love white people. That's one thing I started to realize with these people. That's why I kind of, develop some balls, getting cocky up here on social media, talking my ish, because I'm sitting there like, well, you people love white people, don't you? And I'm half white, so maybe you people need to start paying me respect and some money as well, to be honest with you. But I love this kind of cockiness, this whole Eve gene BS that they spew, black female supremacy, talking about we are the blueprint for everyone on this planet. Well, how's your status? I mean, well, let's analyze your status. You're not getting that much respect out here. In the sexual marketplace, mulatto women, women who are white and black mixed, they have probably the highest marketplace value next to Asian women, next to white women, next to Latina women. Let's call a spade a spade. That's in America, United States, that's in Brazil, that's in South America, that's in Europe. Okay. And I'm not forgetting East Indian women, South Asian or Arabic, or these other groups of women. I'm not forgetting them. I'm just giving you my personal observation for what I like, my preference. I'm sitting there looking at mulatto women like they're the cream of the crop, the top. So, you know, and like it's, what I want to say on that following up. Yeah. Okay. Let me continue on. We are the blueprint for everyone on this planet unless they were a mutation. Unless they were a mutation. Right. Okay. Everyone came from a black woman. Like I said, this is all black female supremacy. Everyone came from a black woman. The first woman. But anywho, you nibble, carry on. She's laughing. I mean, do you think you came from this creature here? You look at this, you know. You think, Shanta Cresswell with her glasses on and all. I don't know this character. I don't know this individual, but she put her stupid little comment on my channel. So that's, it's all fair game, right? Okay, apologize for that, guys. I got kicked off for a second. I hit the wrong button, but you guys can see that this is from this stream here. Pro-black methodologies for destabilizing mulattoes. That comment that I just reviewed. I hit the wrong button. I hit the back button on the the screen on the streaming software, so it kind of kicked me off the stream. But we're back. You guys can hear me. I'm pretty sure. If you can't, hit the one button. Let me get back to that comment of this woman because I kind of shared her profile picture. Was like, look, this crap that they're pushing about this, black female supremacy crap. I'm like, bro, like nobody's in 2024. Nobody's gonna be underneath you people, but they expect these black mom biracials to still serve underneath them. And I'm like, well, who are these people? Because I know there's been a few of them who don't like me. There's quite a few, but a lot of my supporters, honestly, they have black moms. Like the content that I make resonates with them because they're focused on just having a place of belonging where it's just mulattoes. I don't give a damn about if your mom is black or your mom is white. You know, how I say this, I urge you to go out and look at my material, my content, and to find where I've ever ridiculed or ostracized people who have a black mom. Because there is a narrative. There's a couple people who've pushed that. The Golden Pookie is number one, and then even Bluish Gelato. They tried to push that, oh, I don't like biracial people that have black moms. There's another guy as well. He's another idiot. He's a Generation X guy. Okay. He's another idiot who tried to use me to grow his channel. And this guy, he went on Jose Negron's channel and he tried to say that I'm like evil. He jumped on his panel trying to say, oh, he was pro mulatto, but this guy is evil and stuff. He messaged me and tried to say that like I don't like biracials with black moms. I'm like, where the hell is the evidence? Where's the evidence? Show the screenshots. Show the screenshots and show the proof, the evidence. Screen record my live streams. Show me. prove me. I mean, because I feel like a lot of it's an inferiority complex. Being kind of the in the minority amongst the group. Some of these, it's mainly the guys. I don't see the women pushing this if they're a mulatto with a black mom. Because I one of my biggest supporters over on TikTok that I work with, she has a black mom, and even some of the women on Instagram, it's mainly the guys that I see this. It's kind of an inferiority complex. I see some of these guys when they have a black mom that they're trying to like put me on the defensive. They're trying to put this narrative that I don't like them because I have a black mom. I'm like, look, I don't give a damn what about your mom. It's about your behavior, about your conduct. But there's some of these guys have tried to push this. Like I said, in this one guy who was on Jose Negron's channel, and he literally fixed his lip to say like I'm evil. I'm like, this guy's a mark. This guy's a fucking punk. This dude's a bitch. Tried to say I'm evil or something, and he tried to say, oh, I don't like biracials with black moms. I'm like, where is this pussy getting this information? Where's the evidence of this? You're gonna get your little army or your soldiers to back you up to come at me trying to say I don't like you. I don't give a damn about your mom. Don't be a bitch. This guy tried to use me to grow his channel. I'm like, bro, just make content. Connect with people. Stop being a fucking mark. Stop being a pussy. Okay. You can do your little salsa dancing and your do-si-do. We all know how to dance out here, homie. We all got swag. We all got some African genes. You're not special. Okay. But you want to push this narrative, try to, you know, undermine the mulatto vanguard to paint me as some type of guy who doesn't like biracials with black moms or some shit. I'm like, so just provide the evidence and the proof instead of just spewing this crap. Okay, these false claims. Provide the evidence, because like I said, a lot of my supporters, a lot of women. They got a lady in the chat. I'll get to your guys' comments. You guys got black moms, and like you still support me. So it's like you feel comfortable and welcomed here on the channel. Like I'm trying to figure it out, like where the hell in any of my videos or live streams that I've ever disparaged or talked down to people who have a black mom. My whole thing is, look, do you identify with us? Do you identify as mulatto? Like that's one of the reasons why I respect Bluish Gelato. Even though I know he probably doesn't like me. He doesn't like me, but it's not like I don't like him. I don't really care about him. I don't think he's like a accomplished man that kind of commands respect. But he doesn't like me for whatever reason. That's his business. But he tries to make it seem like because he has a black mom or something, or that I don't like him. And it's like, nah, it's because just your behavior, and you simp for black women to a degree where it's like you become a kind of a crash test dummy. And also, not only that, you don't even care about the collective of mulatto people. But what I respect about him is he uses a title. He's aware that, yeah, biracial, mulatto, you're different than black, but you're still kind of the under the influence of a lot of black women based on her conduct. I'm gonna leave it there because the guy's not making content or providing any commentary or response or anything. So I'm just gonna leave it there at that with that guy. But I wanted to point that out. Okay, so the woman put the stupid comment I put here. I don't subscribe to your black female supremacist Eve Jean garbage. Take your black racist self elsewhere. She responds here. You must be mad at your moms. I'm so happy I raised young black men to love themselves. Black women. You see how she emphasizes black women, right? And black female supremacists here. Okay. And their black mom. Black women and their black mom. If you don't want folks to comment on your post, can't you close it for members only? Well, the funny thing about this Quine here is now, see, I'm using you for content. Now you're helping me grow my channel. I'm getting more views, more eyeballs. I'm going to disseminate this content across all social media, not just YouTube, baby. This stuff is going to go everywhere to promote me and my channel and the mulatto plight. Okay. And she puts here, if you don't want folks to comment on your post, can't you close it to members only? I can just imagine which of your parents are not black. Now, remember, guys, I wanted to highlight this comment because remember the other TikTok video I shared where that black racist LGBT woman was talking about, you want to guess which one of her, which kind of biracial she is. You see how they play these games with you guys, man, you biracials. And we didn't ask for these people's opinions. They jump into our conversations and they spread their black female supremacy bullshit. We didn't ask them for their stupid opinion, but they're providing it for us. And that's fine. I'm going to use you people for content. Okay. At this point, this is fair game. Like I'm saying, I don't go out of my way to find like crime stories or statistic stories of black people because of doing crimes and stuff. Because there is channels that do that. There's a channel on TikTok or on Twitter and Instagram called Asian Dawn. It's an Asian channel. Asian Americans, pretty sure Han Chinese, right? Not South Asian or Indian, but or Pakistani, but more so, East Asian. In American context, when we say Asian, we're thinking Chinese, Taiwanese, Vietnamese, Korean, Japanese, okay? And what that channel does is they focus on that's on Twitter or X and then Instagram. They focus on a lot of crime stories, which they should. I like that the channel does that. They focus on stories where black people are committing crimes against Asians and stuff like that, and they give their point of view, which I support. I like that they do that. They're spreading awareness to other Asian people, right, that are being targeted for violence by racist black people. And but I don't do that on this channel. I don't do crime stories. I just provide people my perspective, my analysis, what I see. I put a video up. This video was based on Phil Advice show, talking about the Creole population, talking about they wanted to preserve their color. No, the Creole people wanted protection away from you people, away from the racist black supremacists, right? As what you see with mulattoes today. They're trying to demonize Blue Vein Society. But the Blue Vein Society, these organizations, they develop themselves to protect themselves from these racist blacks. And you look at, I do a video, this racist black female supremacist puts right here, I can just imagine which one of your parents are not black, right? You guys kind of get, and she had added the emphasis here, black woman and their black mom. Guys, see that? Black woman and their black mom. And she started off the comment like, you must be mad at your moms. You guys see this stuff? They've been doing this stuff for a while. I'm just here providing some commentary, letting you guys see this is the game that they play with us. They want to divide us up. They want to neutralize mulattoes so that we stay underneath their influence, so they can use us and abuse us, so we can be their subordinates. I'm one guy out here that's saying no. Go cry to your white massa on YouTube or TikTok or whatever. Just going to develop my own website. I'm going to do what everybody else is doing. You got Patreon, you got Rumble, you got Spotify, got my own website. I'm going to do what everyone else is doing. I don't serve blacks over here. You can whine and cry to your LGBT white massa, your communist massa, all you want. I don't serve blacks over here, okay? And this whole idea she's pushing here about be mad at your moms, black women and their black mom. I can just imagine which one of your parents not black. You see the game they're playing with you people. I want my audience to listen and to notice this. For all you people who say you're a supporter of mine, you like my content, you guys need to listen and pay attention to this, because this is what they do. They jump into your discussion and they're spreading their black female supremacy bullshit onto you. She puts here, go ahead, mulatto, keep nibbling, boo. Didn't mean to make your butt itch. And like I said, I didn't block her because I'm using her stupid ass for content at the moment. But it's just the foolishness, the arrogance of this dusty queen. Like, who cares? You're not special. And then the gentleman here, a supporter actually of mine, puts, you sound pressed and crazy. Why are you here? And that's the thing, is another mulatto person who's saying, why are you here? And that's when I ask the question, why are you here? You know this content's not for you, but they just want to like poke a jab and like, oh, I know which one of your parents is not black. and I'm a black woman and I got black kids and they black, and I'm like, I don't give a damn about you and your kids and all the black shit. This is a mulatto channel where we validate the experience of mulattoes. And I know you have a problem with that, but that's too bad. You're gonna stay having a problem with that. Just don't get in my way, okay? And if there's a problem, go cry to your white massa. Let's see how he deals with it, okay? The gentleman here put, if it doesn't fly, it doesn't apply, let it fly, right? But hit dogs will holler. And the lady here puts, you are the product of European admixture as well. Black people don't come in all shades. When people say have a black parent, right? Yeah, she's definitely this person here, unsweetened, is definitely kind of preserves the integrity, continuity of what it is to be black or blackness. She'll go out of her way and basically say, oh, they're griff. They have some European admixture. They're not black. And that's her position. But to me, I'm kind of like on a position where it's like, well, if you're mostly black, you identify as black. Okay, to me, you're black. Okay, because I'm 50-50. I'm probably actually, I haven't done a real DNA sample, but my black family are all dark skin. There's no light skins on that side of the family. So they're mostly black. If I did DNA, if it's not 50-50, it's probably 55 European, 45, African. If I really did a DNA analysis. So, but I'm one of those people that's basically split down the middle. And the way I look at it, yeah, it's like if you're, I guess, a griff, people only use that term on the internet, is what I found. And a lot of these people, they can jump in and out and say, they can, on the internet, they can say, I'm griff to interlope in the mixed race conversation. But 99% of the times they're just gonna be black. They're all, I'm just light skinned. I'm just black. Yeah, one of my parents are mixed, but I'm just a black, right? I already know the game. Okay. Nobody's fooled. Okay. Nobody that's intelligent's fooled by that. Where they're just kind of mixed when it's convenient, right? To interlope in kind of the mulatto discussion or with whatever I'm doing here. But yeah, if you're just mostly black, like say you're 70% black, but you're raised black culture, why not just be black? And like you could just acknowledge that you have some mixed ancestry, but it's like, but you're mostly black. Like for someone who's 50-50, it's a completely different circumstance. Like, well, I'm just as much white as I am black. Like I'm not 70 plus percent black and then 30% white. Oh, I want to hold on to that, like this idiot knucklehead I'm going to talk about in a little bit, where this guy is like, he's like less than 18% non-black, but he wants to hold on to that non-black, you know, uh, ancestry to like justify his position in a discussion that has nothing to do with him. So yeah, with this lady, she definitely pushes the whole you're griff, you're not black. Like I said, I'm not a like extremist or absolutist on that. My whole thing is like, even if you're biracial, you identify as black, I'm like, go over there and have fun over here, or excuse me, pause, have fun over there. But if you're biracial and you identify as biracial, hey, check this out. Have you heard about this? What's your thoughts on this? So I'm catering the message towards people who identify with us, okay, not those who are black identified. If that makes sense. Stop hollering. This is a free app, isn't it? If he doesn't want people to comment on his stuff, he should not be I should not be a free app. Go wipe your butts. This person's a stupid idiot. Like this is a queen, a god, a mother of the earth, and she's putting these kind of stupid infantile comments, right? So yeah, this is someone you can't really publicly respect, right? But yeah, this is public. I make this stuff public on purpose because I use you characters for content. Okay, I want you to come over here and put your stupid content or your stupid comments so I can use you for content as we're doing right now, live, impromptu. Okay, very minimal notes. And I put here, replied to her, yeah, because it's free. It attracts the ghetto cheap bottom dwellers. It's funny because you see my likes got more than hers. And this is like, you guys can see, I can like the comment, right? This is live. I can like it or I can unlike it. So I don't like my own shit. I'm way past that. When I first kind of started uploading content, I'd like a lot of my my videos and I like my comments to get the kind of the boost the algorithm, so to speak, whatever. I'm way past that. I've been doing this stuff for over a year now. I'm past that crap. But I wanted to point out the likes ratio where I got more likes than hers. She's like, "Oh, it's free. It's a free app, isn't it?" Yeah, it's free. I want you ghetto bottom dwellers to put your stupid comments so I can use you fucking idiots for content as we're doing now. You serve me. I'm trying to tell you, you people come over here, you serve me. I don't serve you. I don't give a fuck about your black mom, supremacy, black women supremacy bullshit. You come over here and deal with what I'm doing. You're here to serve me. I'm trying to tell these other mulattoes, you need to set up your arrangement, your situation in a similar fashion. They need to be giving you something. Too many of these damn mulattoes give them freebies. Let them ride on them, let them punk them and serve them. You're letting these people get free shit from you. You don't get nothing out of them. They need to serve you. And this individual serving me right now, she's giving me material to talk about, providing me with content to help me grow my channel. So yeah, so I'm winning. So she puts here, you must be thinking of your mother, sweetheart. You see how it's like she's really stressing on the mom. And I told you how these a lot of these people are way out of pocket, right? They keep talking about the mom. I've in none of my comments I mentioned anything about her mom. I don't give a damn about your mom. You're just some random character on the internet. I put don't black female subs. You see that? I didn't put anything about this person's mom, but right away she goes to the yo mama jokes. She puts right here, you must be thinking of your mom. Dude, I'm happy when I see because my mom, when she's on the internet, she has a business on the internet. She's making money. She's not like you idiots, this Shanta Cresswell Keisha character, where she's on the internet talking ish in a comment section with someone who's like half her age. I'm probably half her age. She's sitting here trying to go back and forth with her stupid laughing emojis, clowning me. If I ever found out my mom was engaged in some behavior like this on the internet, I'd be fucking mad. Honestly, I'd be pissed and I'd be disgusted with my mom. But I know my mom's not. I know she's not. I know my mom is on the internet. She's making money. She has a business on the internet. She's making money. She's making money so she can pass something down to her children, her progeny. And you have this Shanta Cresswell character. What is she going to pass down to her children, right? What is she going to pass down? Section 8 and food stamps. She's going to pass that down to her children and then talk about the Eve gene, all this conspiracy theory, pseudo information that doesn't serve these young people. She's going to talk about how special her black ass is. And, she's not going to provide. And she's going to blame the white man. Blame the white man. She's not going to give anybody any useful information. She's sitting here thinking she's doing something, trolling people younger than her on the internet. Despicable, despicable creature. This is your position out here. And you want me to respect you. And this is the behavior you engage in. Also, you're a woman. You know I'm a man. You know I'm a man, but you find it to be cute to go back and forth with a man on the internet. This is cute to you. And I'm sitting there like, this is why your community is a fucking shithole. This is why you got 75+% out of wedlock birth rate. And the crime rates are up. And this is why you got a mess all over the place. This is the type of behavior you have time to do this, to try to troll me on my own damn channel. And I'm just going to use you people for content. That's it, period. Baby, work on getting 1,000 subs instead of worrying about little old me. You're gonna help me get those 1,000 subs, sweetheart. I'm at like what 700 now, 699 or excuse me, 599 subs. Like I'm almost halfway there. You're gonna help me get there, sweetheart. Okay. Once I share this stream all over social media, you're gonna help me get there. And yeah, that's it for that one right there. And I think I got something else right here. Yeah. I'm going to get your guys' comments. Actually going to actually give me a quick second right here. Let me see what we got. Yeah. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Just had to take a quick break for a minute. I'm gonna get to another comment I saw here. This is on a video. Before I get to the meat of the matter, because as you can see, the thumbnail is kind of very telling of some things I want to talk about. It's all congruent, by the way. BTW, by the way, it's all congruent with the title. Black female supremacy and their saboteurs, because they deploy these black female supremacists, a lot of saboteurs, to destabilize us and to interfere with our efforts. And let me share the screen right now and talk about this comment here. So shout out to this lady here. This is a Winifred. I'm subscribed to her channel. On my main channel, I'm subscribed. Just subscribe right now. This is from my Mulatto history channel. By Winifred, biracial lady. Okay, you could tell looking at her clearly, phenotypically, the aesthetic. This is a mulatto lady. Okay, mulatto American, and she did this video, says why I don't date black men, my opinion on a black community. Now, this video she published was a while ago, a year ago, 5,600 views, a lot of views. Okay. But she's basically saying she doesn't date black men. She did a video a couple months ago, I believe, because I'm, like I said, on my other channel, I'm subscribed to her. I just subscribed right now with this channel. But she did a video where she talked about what kind of men she likes, like a couple months ago. And she said she likes white men, she likes Italian, or she likes Jewish, and she said she likes mixed men. So you literally have a mixed woman who publicly is on camera telling you, oh, she likes mixed men. So it's like, but then she makes a whole video saying she doesn't like black men, So it destroys the narrative, because you have some of these biracial incels, okay, who can attract mixed women. They're going to sit there and try to say, oh, mixed women in America, they don't like mixed men. They only like black men. And I'm like, you can find that with every group. Like there's every group out there who likes a specific type of guy, or vice versa. There's groups of guys who like a specific type of gal, right? But you have some of these guys, sadly, one guy I'm going to talk about in particular who's pushing that narrative. He's trying to sit there and say that mixed women and mulatto women and golden women, because he's an idiot. He's a ghetto guy. So he uses the term golden. Golden is what the ghetto pro-blacks use. They use the term golden, right? So he's going to say that these women don't like mixed men. They prefer black men. But you have a woman here, a mulatto woman, who made a fucking video publicly saying she doesn't date black men. She doesn't like black men. This was a year ago. Okay. And like I said, I saw a video from her. You go to her channel. She did a video a few months back where she publicly said she talked about the type of guys she likes. She says she likes white guys. She likes Jewish guys. She says she likes mixed guys. So I'm like, why are these mixed guys still crying and complaining when you have this beautiful mulatto woman who's on camera, who's telling you she likes you, and yet you still have some of these guys complaining and spreading false narratives? But those guys, those are the fucking losers. Okay. And they're not in my group. I'm not in their group. I don't associate with weak men who are losers. Okay. Just want to lay it out there. There's a comment that somebody put here that caught my attention. Like I said, this video was from like a year ago. But I was just like browsing just social media looking for stuff. And because I think this is her best performing video, 5.6K views. So because I'm subscribed to her on my other channel, so the video kind of it pops up on the algorithm and stuff like that. I came across a comment that caught my attention. Look at this one right here. This is the one I responded to this. This was 7 months ago. She puts here, even mixed black men with black fathers have the same mentality as their father. You see that type of racist shit. Now, I think she changed her avatar, this indigo cosmic, because when I saw this comment, I responded to it 3 weeks ago. It's almost a month ago. I put, okay, racist black woman. I know she was a black woman because the avatar was an image of a black woman. She changed her avatar. Now she doesn't have any content, or she does. Ooh, she does. She does. When am I tripping? She got 1.57K subscribers, 8 videos. An extraordinary girl living in a crazy world. Okay, this is her. Yeah, Black Queen. The conspiracy to destroy the black woman. So this is a black female supremacist. The conspiracy to destroy black women, right? Pro black women content. Her lock journey, all. So her avatar, right? She's gonna use biracial women as for like the music. She got Sade, like a, you know, good vibes music. Yeah, you're gonna use mulatto women, and she was on a mulatto woman's channel, but she has a cat as her avatar, Indigo Cosmic. Okay, but yeah, I saw this the comment she put there, and when I saw this was a month ago, she had a image of a black woman as her image, right? And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, this is a racist black woman. You see the comment here, even mixed black men with their black fathers have the same mentality as their father. I'm like, what the hell is she talking about? Trying to dirty Mac, trying to cock block a guy like me. I don't know this woman. And I just put that, okay, racist black woman is a racist black woman, man. Let's call a spade a spade. Black female supremacist. She's on a biracial woman's channel talking about she's trying to throw us under the bus, saying, oh, well, it's even the biracial ones, they got a black dad, they're just like their dads. I'm like, fuck you, bitch. Who the hell are you? Like, dude, I'm subscribed to her. Winifred, I support her. When she talks about biracial topics, she's spot on. I mean, she does travel vlogs, and she does like cooking vlogs and other stuff. She's basically lifestyle vlogs, but she does other like videos that I don't agree with everything she says. She did a video about toxic masculinity. I don't agree with any of that crap. I don't agree with the feminism and the toxic masculinity. I don't support that content. But she's a biracial woman. She's a pretty woman. And when she talks about biracial topics, she's basically pretty spot on with what I am thinking. She acknowledges she's a biracial identified, and that's why I'm subscribed. And yeah, and I'm sitting there like, okay, she has a black father, a white mother, okay, and she publicly said she likes biracial guys, right? But then I look at this comment from this black woman who's like dirty macking and shit, trying to throw biracials under the bus. I'm biracial men, right? So I'm sitting there like, what the fuck? How is this your business? Even mixed black men with black fathers have the same mentality as their father. I'm sitting here like, man, fuck you, bitch. I don't want to get vulgar and be, but I'm sitting there like I'm being as nice as I can, okay, guys, because I'm like that irritates me. This type of player hater, dirty mackin type of shit, where it's like it's so uncalled for. Like this is a black woman. We already showed her image. She's trying to throw biracial guys under the bus, saying that, oh, because I got a black dad, that, oh, I have the same mentality as my father. I'm like, man, fuck you. You see these like lesbians who do that shit, who try to throw all men under the bus, because I'm pretty sure this is like some lesbian mate guarding tactic. This is some straight up indigo cosmic. This is some lesbian crap. Okay. To sit up in here she's talking about black men, but now you want to throw mixed men who have a black father under the bus. And it's like, why? Why you throw? Why? I don't know you, woman. That's that black female supremacy. See, because it's a lesbian black woman who looks at us as competition. They're competing with us for women, right? So she's going to her, because that black lesbian's probably attracted to this mulatto woman. I'm attracted to this mulatto woman, right? So that black lesbian's competing with me for. It's like it's weird, guys. It's weird. Normal civilization, normal people, you don't have women competing with men for other women. It's weird. And I've never really seen this type of stuff until I jumped on YouTube. and I started to analyze certain content creators, and I started to realize their behavior. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this makes perfect sense. These are people who are same sex attracted. They're competing with men for access to women. I'm like, this is very bizarre. This is not normal, guys. Civilization is not built upon that, upon women competing against men for access to women. And she's trying to dirty Mac, trying to throw us under the bus, talking about even the mixed black men. I'm not a black man, I'm a biracial man. Okay. Would because I got a black father that have the same mentality as my father. I'm like, really? And she doesn't provide any evidence or sources to prove it. It's just a blanket statement. That's why I replied here. Okay, racist black woman. I just wanted to add that for the context because this falls in line with the whole black female supremacy bullshit, man. This, you go around social media, you see these type of comments. I'm like, man, this is annoying, man. I don't know what else to say. This is annoying. Shout out to all you guys up in here in the chat. It's funny they call white men weak and white men dominate strongman competitions and upper body strength sports in the Olympics. Is it just most white people are raised in a very soft places? Yeah, it's funny how they try to call white men weak, but white men dominate dark-skinned men all over the planet. It's like no questions asked. Superior military, superior firepower, superior technology. Even within the organizational skills and strategy, you can take a group of 10 white men, they can destabilize, hundreds of black, darker skinned men. You know, it's just not even a question. You look at the it's laughable at this point when you analyze the environment. And of course, if a lot of the darker skinned men, if they even want to compete with the lighter skinned men, with the white men, they're going to be using that white man's technology. They're going to be using that white man's strategy, and they're going to use the information that he's developed to try to fight him. They can't come up with their own shit. Okay. If they can, prove me wrong, show me otherwise. But yeah, it's funny when they always try to talk about this weakness. You're light skinned, you're acting sassy, you're acting weak, when it's like, well, light skinned men are running shit out here. It's not dark skinned men. We just saw the interview with Tucker Carlson and Vladimir Putin. Okay, your presidential leaders, going to be white men. It's not dark skinned men. Dark skinned men are not running shit. Don't let the little pop culture and hip hop fool you. Because remember Chris Rock told you this, guys. Chris Rock told you 20 years ago in his stand up special, Never Scared. He talked about the difference between being rich and wealthy. He said, Shaquille O'Neal, who's a dark skinned black man, he's rich, but the white man who signs his check is wealthy. So don't ever forget that. All these so-called masculine black men, all these rappers and all these dark-skinned pookies who are from the hood, rapping, making money, don't let the little pop culture fool you, because there's always some white guy behind the scenes signing off his check. That dark-skinned guy is going to live in a white community, white real estate agent, the white manager, white agent. Don't be fooled by these guys. These guys have no power, no influence. Okay. They know their place. The only issue that I have with a lot of them is they decide to get uppity with mulattoes, and they're basically paying for it. Okay. So you put here, I don't know why a woman who doesn't consider themselves biracial would take time out of the day to categorize a group she doesn't belong to. Yeah. I can't get past her chart. Very professional. They have been categorizing us as black, underrepresenting us, and being with our women, leaving with no support. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of which, how do you feel about black fathers that have mixed race kids but expect them to only embrace their black side culture more? I see that more in common with the black mothers. You're right. I do see that. I've seen that as well. A lot of cases. It was funny. There was a guy on YouTube. J4 Conversations. He did a live stream. This is over a year ago. He had a black man on his uh, channel, on his panel. They were having a conversation. The black man had a hat that said something about Africa or something like that. Dark skinned black man, but he had mixed kids. And I put a comment in the chat. It's like, it's funny. It's like you always have these type of guys who are like pro black and you got the African swag. They're wearing that African memorabilia and clothes, but they have biracial kids, but they try to force this black identity on their biracial kids. So, like you said, it's very common. You have that with black men, and they have like a white wife or a white partner or a Mexican partner, etc. Even I did a live stream on my other channel, my Mulatto Vanguard channel, of Daylight, this rapper. I talked about, he had an interview with DJ Vlad, and I did a whole kind of reaction to that interview. And this tattooed faced dark skinned rapper named Daylight, he has a mixed kid. He lives in a white community. He has like a Middle Eastern partner or wife, right? And he was trying to one drop his kid. He was saying, "Oh, my kid's not mixed. My kid's black." But DJ Vlad, who's a white man, Russian, I believe, Jewish Russian man, corrected him. He's like, "No, he's mixed." But the black man I was trying to argue with him, Daylight, this tattooed face rapper, was like, "Oh no, no, he's mixed." Or excuse me, he said that he was trying to one drop his child and say, "Oh no, he's black. He's not mixed. He's black." And it's like, yeah, they try to play this game, man. When they get with non-black women, but they want to force this blackness on their kids, and I'm like, that can only go so far. That can only work, for so long until that child is surrounded by a lot of these blacks, especially in this day and age. This isn't the 1970s. This isn't the 1980s, okay, or 1990s. You talk to these old timers, okay, these old timers who are out of touch with reality. This is 2024. When that biracial child with their black father and their white mother, when they get around these dark skinned blacks in the high school, junior high, okay, those dark skins, they're going to let them know that they're not a part of the tribe. Okay. So where does that leave that individual? They need answers. They're going to be looking for answers. And their parents didn't equip them with the proper information to get them geared and ready to find solutions. Okay. That's where I come into place. I'm filling a void. I come into here, let them know you do have a place. Your parents lied to you. Okay. If your dad is Daylight, the tattooed face rapper, is a black guy who wants to one drop you, they lied to you. Okay. You got a mom who's not black. Okay. Therefore, your ass is not black. Okay. You talk about the society sees me as black. No, they don't. The society sees you as mixed because you are mixed. Don't let your dad, your black dad, fool you. But yeah, you make a valid point here because I see it just as much with these black men and their biracial kids trying to force their black identity on their biracial kids because they'll use terms like a black biracial. Have you guys heard that? They have these terms, black biracial. No, you're biracial. you know, you're not a black biracial. You have black ancestry, but you're biracial. You're not black. Yeah, you make a good point. I see it with the men as well. Because, like I said, you're going to see mostly with that because most of in the United States, they have black fathers, non-black mothers. Okay. Most black men I know that have mixed kids, they usually try to get them to understand that they may be discriminated against for their black blood. Yeah. And they're also going to get discriminated against because they have non-black blood. That's the part that people leave out that I'm trying to educate and inform people about. That for sure, I've been just getting discriminated against by white people since I can remember as a child. It's always been there. There's instances I have that I could talk about since I was a child. But what a lot of people don't talk about and don't highlight is that you're going to get discriminated against from these blacks. They try to make it seem like it's, oh, the blacks are so accepting, it's lovey-dovey. And they try to gaslight you and try to tell you, oh, it's because you didn't act right. If you would have acted a certain way, you could have fit in with all the former slaves. That's what they try to tell you. It's because you as a biracial, you didn't act right. Right? No, it's because the darker skinned people are jealous of you. They wish they were you. So they discriminate against you because of jealousy and envy. Straight up. And yeah, So yeah, we get it. People are gonna discriminate against you because you have black blood, meaning non-black people who are white or Hispanic or whatever. What's funny is it's also black people will discriminate against you because you have black blood. Because if you were a biracial or a mixed person, say if you were Hapa or if you were white and Latino, if you were like that type of mixed configuration, the blacks wouldn't say shit. You know, if you were half white, half Asian, half Latino, etc. If you were a non-black, non-mixed black, mixed person, biracial person, the blacks wouldn't say shit. They'd be kissing your ass, right? Trying to be your best buddy. But what I've come to find out, I'm just being honest here. I know people are not going to like the language I'm using. I'm being honest, but what I've come to find out is somebody that has black blood that I get discriminated against by a lot of blacks because I have black blood. Like they're jealous they hate me because they see blackness in me. They see the blackness in me and they hate themselves so much. And I'm talking about African Americans specifically. And they'll internalize that and they'll project that onto us and they'll hate us for that because they'll be like, well, you're kind of black. You look black, one drop rule, but you're mixed. Oh, you're a mutt. You probably got a white mom, you're not fully black. They hate you because you're partially black and you're not fully black. See, that's what people don't talk about is they'll hate us. There's a lot of black Americans who will hate you because you're partially black, because they hate themselves. A lot of them, they hate the fact that they're partially black. They'll project that onto you and say, oh, you just don't like being black. No, that's a lot of you people. That's why you give us a hard time and gaslight us. See, I know the game. You're talking to a guy like me. Like, I'm gonna drop the link after I got 2 hours into this. Damn. I was gonna get into some comments. The main thumbnail, the meat of the matter. But now I figured out this game a few years ago. Why I decided to start uploading content. I was like, they'll gaslight you and shit and tell you you don't like your black blood, you don't like being black and all this. But a lot of the racist blacks, they don't like you, the biracials or the half breeds, because you're half black. Like they hate black people. That's why a lot of them are calling themselves Indians now. They're saying I'm not black, I'm an indigenous Indian, I'm a Moor, right? They hate the fact that you're like a mixed black person or a mixed white person, however you want to see it, that you're half black and half white or half black, you're something else. They hate that because they can only be black. They hate the fact that you can be black and you can be mixed, or you could be black and white, that you have this level of palatability, right? That if I'm surrounded by all white people, then yeah, I'd probably be like the black guy, the kind of black guy, the light skinned black guy. But if I'm surrounded with other, it depends on the group of people, then I would kind of I would be the mixed guy, the ambiguous guy. If I'm surrounded with all black people, well, then I would be a different, culture plays a fact into that. But I've noticed this trick right here that we get discrimination, a lot of us mulattoes, from black people precisely because we have black blood. I know this for a fact. I've analyzed and studied these people. If you're white and Asian or Hispanic and white, none of these blacks have a damn word to say about any of them. Okay. They hate they hate black people. A lot of they're tribalistic. They don't like themselves. So when they see a mulatto who has presentable black ancestry, they're gonna hate you for that mere fact that they have self-hate. We know this is a fact, okay? I am on Insta and I see Logic discussing his mother. Their exception, excuse me, their obsession with us just shows how inferior they feel. Exactly. Yeah, and I'm gonna get into some of these comments. What this main stream is about. I want to lay the prelude 2 hours deep into this with some of the other commentary I've seen. I try to make these streams a little shorter, but fuck it, we're in Saturday night, so. But yeah, their obsession with us, they feel so inferior, and it's like they can't hide it, right? They can't hide their inferiority complex. Like, why are you focused on me? You have all these other black people and all these other channels and social media. You could be reviewing their content, their material, but you're focused on what mixed people are doing. And you're showing yourself. You're showing how little and low you feel of yourself, yeah, you see it, Val. I see it as well. They're letting you know how inferior they feel about themselves by their obsession with biracial people and how we move and how we navigate. Because if you think I'm bad, or if you think I'm a mean guy or a colorist or anti-black or whatever, it's like, bro, you have, I just know, yeah, those a lot of those people who complain about me, they are really out of touch with reality because I'm like one of the nicest guys out here. Some of these other channels, content creators, you think I'm bad. I mean, it's funny. But yeah, they obsess over us. You put the term here, obsession. They're obsessed because they're afraid of losing us. They want us to serve them, the pro blacks. They want us to lift them up, to help them in society. Okay. And I'm one guy. I'm like, nah, you guys, you blacks, you people got to pay us. So they have an issue with me because I'm telling them we need something in return. So I'm gonna get something from them, and then I'm gonna, of course, pass it off and give it to someone like DC. DC, who's a contributing member of the community. So of course, I have like the Cash App across the screen. So you have these pro blacks who want mulattoes to pick a side. They want mulattoes to cape for them. And I'm like, okay, why don't you hit that Cash App? So when one of those pro blacks, they hit the Cash App, I'm like, cool, thank you for the dollars. And then I'm gonna find a way how can I support DC here on the screen? How can I transfer that money to support what DC is doing? Is DC going to school? Is DC starting a business? How can I support that? That's what I'm thinking. We got to make sure those people pay us, and then in return, we take that money. We find a way to support our own interest. So DC puts here, they're using Logic's experience as an excuse to comment, corny damn mulatto, problematic kid, and one drop cry racial. There are plenty of biracials without that experience, like J. Cole and Drake. If you can, email me or message me, DC. You can go ahead and message me. And I'd like to look into that because I could do a video or live stream something because you always share good stuff with me. I don't follow Logic, the rapper. I don't listen to his music. But what you're talking about in this comment, I think this is going to be good material that I can cover for the audience because you're right. Like you're saying, they're obsessed with us. They look at the rapper, they're calling him a corny mulatto and a cry racial. Yeah, those aren't your people. Okay. Newsflash for all the biracials, all the mulattoes, listen to me. The black community, they're not your people. And they let you know every day. But a lot of these mulattoes are stuck in a community, sadly. Okay. You put here, they love white women. You talking about the Kangs. The Kangs love white women, of course. They prefer white women and white women's biracial daughters more than their own damn women. Of course. You put here, people will point out Logic's white mom, but ignore positive examples like Logic's rapper peers like Cole and Drake are very close to their white mothers. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, man. Or yeah, you already know what's up, DC. You know what's up. Shout out to you with the superior biracial. I saw that shit a year ago. I've had that saved in a file. I was like, now's the perfect time to talk about it because I got a bunch of other receipts. There's some stupid idiot, guy who keeps going around. He's going to other biracial people trying to talk crap about me here on YouTube in this little small circle, this small niche on YouTube. He's trying to throw my name on because I'm like one of the serious guys out here. I'm one of the guys who's like, look, I'm strictly pushing this mulatto, white, black, biracial mixed person. I'm not doing this whole golden MGM type of thing where the same guy who's like trying to slander me, he's like not like he shared some fake ass like receipts of his like DNA test, right? It's not confirmed it's his. He's not showing a name. He shared some DNA test trying to say he's not less than 18% non-black. He's trying to justify. I don't give a damn what the hell he is. He's not mulatto. He's but he's going to other mulatto people's channels to try to talk shit about me. So I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. Shout out to you, DC. Yeah. As a mulatto with a black mother, I am definitely not subservient to the black community. They always try to insult me when I point out their illogical statements. You can tell your mom is white. Yeah. And even with your mom's black. Like I said, they moved the goalpost. I knew that from the beginning. That's why I don't play the whole black mom, white mom thing, because I knew that this is what black people will do to weaponize their one drop rule against us. They'll try to divide us. As I shared with you guys the receipts, the video from TikTok, the comments, where they will literally, these are black people, will literally weaponize this parent argument against us to use us. And like I shared with you on Winifred's channel, that woman who put that comments probably LGBT. Even the TikTok on TikTok, the clips I shared is you have LGBT black women who are black female supremacists who are pushing this crap, and they're trying to compete with biracial men as well from a lot of women. They're looking at us as competition, from guys like me as competition. So they're trying to slander me and say, "Oh, well, he has a black dad, so he thinks just like his dad." I'm like, "What?" Trying to throw my ass under the bus because they're competing with me for women. You know, I like mulatto women. My number one preference is mulatto women. You look at all my social media, I promote mulatto women. Zoe Kravitz, Alicia Keys, it doesn't matter. Even mulattoes who aren't famous. I share images, I promote mulatto women. That's the preference. I prefer mulatto women over other women. So I have an in-group preference. Okay. But yeah, you got to realize you have black women who are going to be competing with me. These are LGBT black women who are going to be competing with me for and black men who are competing with me for the women. So what both of them try to do is they try to dirty mac and mate guard us. And we know black men, they're going to say, "Oh, you can't trust these mulattoes. They side with whites. They spread conspiracies. They say, 'Oh, you light skin, you weak.'" But when I slap his ass up, you know, and put my knee on his neck, all of a sudden that boy is going to start crying white supremacy once I punk him, right? "You white supremacists, you anti-black," right? See? Then all the tough talk goes out the window when I start getting a little tough, right? Then they change the rules, they move the goalpost. And yeah, and then the women, it's the same crap. They want to make guard and dirty Mac and try to say, "Oh, you got a black dad, so you're going to act just like him." I've noticed this from the beginning, what they're doing to us, okay? But this is a public platform. Anybody can tune in and listen. So it's like, these characters are going to come in here to try to interlope and destabilize us. That's why it's critical you have your other, mediums of communication, your private chats and stuff like that. J. Cole, nah, but Drizzy surely does. Most black Americans are narcissistic, therefore delusional. Black people purposely create mixed kids to give them privilege and purposely more opportunities in life. Both of my mentors have done this. And what they do is they try to use their mixed kids as like proxies. They weaponize their mixed kids in society to like basically, like you said, to live vicariously through the mixed kids. Because they know that we are more palatable and acceptable in society than a darker skinned person. Someone like me, you see me, right? If you're not a dark skinned black person coming from wealth or something, we all know. I grew up in an environment where it's mostly a lot of Hispanics and whites. It's like, yeah, they're gonna accept me more, even Asian people, versus they see a dark skinned person. We know that. See, I'm in a position now where I'm not gonna apologize for that because a lot of these people, they're gonna try to get you to apologize for your non-black ancestry. Apologize for being light skinned to make them feel better, while the same people that you're trying to make them feel better, they're going to turn around and talk crap about you for being mixed. So I'm like, dude, it's just not working anymore, man. You people got to pay me now, man. It's not working anymore. Not for me. There was another TikTok of a black woman saying her friend's dad was a straight up white supremacist. They're not going to talk about the father racism. That's crazy though, huh? Because my mom is not a white supremacist And my mom is college educated, has a master's degree, worked in the education field, and actually a social worker. And my father is a military man, conservative, um, not college educated, but smart enough, accomplished enough in his own right. So like my family, both sides of my family, I come from like professionals. Like I don't come from like racist stock in my family, either side. Everything I'm talking to you guys now, my delivery, my language, this is, you look at the environment, the information we see, not just this is social media, but even off the internet. When I'm out here in the world, the real world, okay, off YouTube, I'm out here in the working environment, going to the store, etc. I'm gonna fight fire with fire. So if some black racist wants to make racist comments to me, I'm gonna fire back. Just like if a white racist, I've been doing that. That's the funny part about it is I've been fighting back against white racist or Mexican racist my whole life from California. But now I see these black racists who are all uppity with mulattoes, and they feel like they can't be touched, or they feel like they can get away with racism. They feel like you don't have a group, you don't have nowhere to belong to, you have nowhere to go. They feel like they can say whatever the hell they want to you, and you're supposed to put up with it. But when you bite back, then they want to turn around and cry racism. I'm like, nobody cares what you people have to say. You're not going to get away with racism out here. Like, who are you going to go run to and cry to? You're going to cry to the white man? Don't you people cry about white men all damn day? You cry about the white man all day of how racist he is, but you're going to run to that same man to cry about the mulatto? Like, you can't do nothing over here. Okay, I want you to try it and see how successful you are. But yeah, like I don't. You said right here, like a lot of these people, they have like a racist dad or black mom. That's crazy. Yeah, I have none of that crap in my family. Black Americans lead in most of all negative things. It's not all. Yeah, STDs, prison. We know that violence. You listen to the music. You listen to the music, right? And there is like white music that would be some violence and stuff, like heavy metal for sure. People probably feel a certain type of way about the intro music I played earlier, for sure. But that's for a point, just to let people know I'm not under their influence. I don't abide by their pro whack sensibilities. This is one mulatto they don't have influence over. And so yeah, but the prison, you put SCD, violence, yeah, the numbers are staggering, right? And the highest divorce rates, right? And also the illegitimacy rates. I pointed out it's significant. Over 75+% when you have single parent households. And there's a lot of mulattoes who are put into that because you have a lot of mulatto women who want to identify as black. They want a place of belonging. So they hook up with a black man. And then they continue that tradition of having bastard kids, having broken homes. And I've seen that even here on YouTube. Some of the biracial women who don't like me. I think most of my supporters, Eval, all these DC, all these women, most of my supporters are like mulatto biracial women. But there are some biracial women who don't like me. When you look at those women, the biracial women who don't like me, the number one thing you're going to realize with them is they have bastard kids by a black man. It's just period facts. I guarantee it. Just start to analyze. Look at the people, the biracial women who don't like me. They're gonna see a common trend with them. They're single moms, they're baby mamas, they have a bastard kid by a black man. And it's not a high quality black man, I might add. It's usually a lower scale black man. And yeah, those are the only people who don't like me. Basically, especially if she's a mulatto woman, because it's like how could you not like me when like I praise, my whole channel is like dedicated to praising mulatto women, basically the men and women working together. So how can you not like me when I praise mulatto women? But yeah, when I'm talking about those divorce rates, you say highest divorce rates and illegitimacy rates with single parent households. A lot of mulatto women contribute to those numbers, that statistic, when they want to fit into the black community. They want to fit in with blacks, and because they're biracial, they got white mom or whatever, white dad, they know that they have to basically fuse with black people. They have to have a kid with a black person, okay, to justify, to legitimize their, basically presence amongst black people, right? To fit in, they want to fit into black society. So they have to have a kid by a black person. And sadly, a lot of times they end up becoming single moms, baby mamas. And you're right. I will laugh at you if that's the route you go, especially because a lot of those women, they want to talk crap about biracial men, mulatto men. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna clown your ass over here. You're not gonna hook up with a black guy and talk shit about me and expect me not to clown you. I'm gonna clown all of you people over here. But yeah, you're right, Val. Your analysis, there's a lot of numbers that are the statistics that they lead in that's not good. The black community is the most toxic community. You put here, they treat every race badly, including their own. Well, they treat their own race the worst than any other group. They love white people. Okay, they worship and love that they're white Jesus. They love white people. What they hate about mulattoes and biracials is not because of our quote unquote anti-black sentiment. It's not. It has nothing to do with that. What they hate, because they hate themselves. They hate the fact that you are half black, okay, and they see themselves in you, and because they hate themselves so much and they see themselves in you, in return they hate you, so they transmit their own inferiority complex to you. That negative energy, that negative kind of insight they have towards themselves, they project that. It's projection. They project that onto you. So they treat themselves badly, and other people who kind of closely resemble them. That's what I realized, how toxic it was. Where it's like, look, you got to get the hell away and develop your own thing. I'm doing it from scratch. Okay. No help, minimal help. It doesn't matter. I'm doing it. I'm like, look, I want to survive and thrive. Okay. I want to continue. I want to live prosperous and have a history, have a culture, identity, have something I can pass down. Look, I don't want to struggle with those people. I don't. I gave it a shot. I gave it a chance. The pro wax stuff in my 20s. I'm done. You put here, have you seen all the posts this month of Black History Month? It depends on where the posts were. But you have to understand, with Black history in America, what's called Black history, it's pretty much like Mulatto History Month in a lot of regards, like Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall, Charles Drew, Frederick Douglass, W.E.B. Du Bois. A lot of the so-called Black history achievements are like mulattoes. We get that our basically our history has been co-opted in America. And this is a ever-present battle. Like what I'm doing right now, I'm still going to be doing this the next year and a couple years, whatever platform I'm on. I'm going to continue to talk about this because they've literally tried everything they could to absorb us, to basically neutralize us. It's an ongoing phenomena. Now what they're really doing is they're kind of spiking it up to where now they're like, okay, you got a black mom, you got a white mom. They're trying to divide us up and neutralize us and have us, they want us to fight each other so they can come in and take over the whole situation, okay? So that's yeah. So Black History Month, it's like you have a lot of mulattoes up there, right? And I'm not saying that they didn't come. Of course, they've contributed black people to the Black History Month, but we know a lot of mulattoes are stuck in that category. Okay, and Val, you put here, I saw so many mulattoes. They claim most black accomplished. Yeah, yeah. So you can, yeah. I just read your comment, but I kind of stated earlier. Yeah, Charles Drew, Adam Clayton Powell, W.E.B. Du Bois. Yeah, man, the list is a very long list. Thurgood Marshall. They claim all these mulattoes. Oh, it's a black achievement. But the thing is, those are for the old time mulattoes, like from a century ago or whatever, 60 plus years ago. But it's like today, those same type of mulatto, that phenotype of those individuals, like Rosa Parks or Thurgood Marshall or Charles Drew, these mulattoes are being discriminated against by these blacks in these schools, these high schools, middle schools, these younger mulattoes, even older mulattoes in the workplace of kind of millennial or Gen Z generation. They're getting discriminated against by these blacks because they're not quote black enough, right? And so like there's a there's kind of a schism, if I can say that, like, or a disconnect is a better term, with the different generations. Like when people want to praise the achievements of like the civil rights era, Thurgood Marshall, and all this stuff, Adam Clayton Powell, and a lot of, I guess, dark skinned black people praised those quote unquote lighter skinned blacks when they weren't black, they're a mixed race, right? They want to praise them, but there's a disconnect with this generation now. I'm seeing with these millennials and Gen Z and A, whatever, these black people, they're racist and discriminating against these mulattoes. Okay. And the reason why I thought about this earlier this week when I was at work, just analyzing, taking notes, studying these people, it's because their forefathers of the civil rights era, their grandfathers and all this stuff, they failed at their whole assimilation integration experiment, right? Because black people love white people, black Americans love white people, and all they want is white acceptance. And they can see now that white people are not even really accepting them. They're basically replacing them with Latinos, with Mexicans, and other ethnic groups. They're bringing them into America to basically replace. I don't want to use that term because there's a lot of conspiracies out there from both white nationalists and black nationalists with the whole replacement theory concept. But we can see now with how a lot of black Americans, their issues are being pushed to the side, especially when it regards to the Democratic Party, the Democrats and Joe Biden, just Democrats in general. They are prioritizing illegal aliens and immigrant rights way over the quote unquote FBA and reparations. Nobody gives a shit about reparations and FBA except for the FBAs, the Joe Biden, the Democrats, the white establishment, they don't give a damn about these FBAs. They are pushing the FBAs aside and bringing in Mexicans and other immigrants, right? So where does that fall in line with you as a mulatto? Because you are basically, as a mulatto, you are the representation of black people and white people coming together and living in harmony, producing a child. Okay, you're proving to them that your existence, that both of these groups can coexist with each other. That's precisely why they hate you, because they want to create a separation, right? So they hate your existence based off that. And the fact that you're more palatable in society, the fact that you as a mulatto, you can relate and you can adapt and assimilate into white society and every other society, Latino, etc., better than a dark skinned black person can. So they hate you just out of pure spite and jealousy and envy for you. And they don't talk about that there's a disconnect between the black community doesn't support and recognize and appreciate mulattoes to the degree that the older generation did during the civil rights era, where a lot of the older blacks, they supported Adam Clayton Powell, they supported Thurgood Marshall, Rosa Parks, all these older mulattoes, Dr. Claude Anderson, they supported those people. But that's not how it is today. The younger mulattoes are being pushed aside, they're being invalidated, they're literally being discriminated against by these dark-skinned blacks, these Bantus. They're hating on mulattoes. Oh, you got a white mom. Oh, you acting light skin. So these racist blacks are hating on these mulattoes now. So there's a disconnect. And they're mad at you because their parents lied to them about this whole integration, assimilation. They thought that white people really accepted them into their society. And they didn't and now they're realizing, oh, wait a second, white people are bringing in Mexicans, Latinos, every other group, and siding with them over the darker skinned black person. So yeah, it goes pretty deep, but it all stems down to jealousy, envy, and hate that these people have. And my whole thing is, look, I'm not going to sit here and reason with a lot of them. They're not going to pay me to consult me. I'm just going to distance myself and do something else. If they want to reach out to me, they can hit that Cash App. That's how I'm moving forward. Fuck that shit. I saw so many mulattoes they claim, yeah. Politically, the black population is 13%. If you subtract the mulattoes, quadroons, Blasians, then that would damage. Yeah, and the reason why they really push the one drop rule is because of that numerical, uh, you know, the numerical value, right? That's why, because yeah, their population, their number would be like 9%, 10%, if that, dwindling. You know how many mulattoes who are in that quote unquote 13% black population? Yeah. And a lot of these mulattoes, I would say most of them, they identify as black. Yeah. Like, it's funny because one of the state applications, I filled out an application, they tried to force me to choose one race. And but then after that whole process, they sent me an email to do a survey of how the services was. They were like, "How was the service? You know, was it good at this office? Blah blah blah." But then they gave a selection for multiracial or biracial. I'm like, and I put a message in the survey after I checked multiracial. I was like, "Look, when I went to your office, you guys didn't have the biracial or multiracial option. You guys wanted me to choose one race or this race or that." So I was like, "Why?" I put a comment there, and I was like, "Look." You know, I was gonna email them anyways, but they sent me an email for the survey, which is great. But I was surprised how it's like, how is it that after I get the service, you send me an email and then you have the multiracial option there to select, you know, my age, my race, and they had multiracial there. But when I went to your damn office, your physical office, you didn't have multiracial there. So I put in the message, I was like, look, this is a problem. You guys, I expected you guys to have my unique category when I went to your damn government office for the services there. And we have to do that. It's our responsibility, because all these other groups, white included, they want to maintain the status quo, to keep your ass as a subordinate, to neutralize you. They don't want another competitive group out here. Okay. They don't want another group out here that's going to compete with them for resources and power and influence in society. So, yeah, they're invested to neutralize your ass. They want to throw you in with these other groups to serve them. And, you know, so it's going to be on you to kind of fight back the best way you can. But yeah, that 13%, it's not even that high, bro. Or man, or shallow, make it bad. It's not even that high, to be honest with you. They got a lot of these mulattoes and multiracial people stuck in that 13%. And they self-identify, a lot of these people, especially on TikTok. I'm not sure where they get this idea from. I've talked back to almost every black woman in my family, even as a teen. I've never liked how they conduct themselves. Yeah, because the community is not being ran well, is it? Because they're producing the same men they cry and complain about, right? That's the main issue. It's like, well, all these men, they have something in common. Overwhelmingly, over 70+% of them were raised by a single black mom. So maybe it's not, if the father was not around to raise the women, to raise the men, well, maybe you got to look at the women. It's the women who are raising the men. That's why I pointed out, one of my first notes here, what I said earlier, was like how a lot of these black women, they raise the same men they complain about. So it's an internal issue. It's an internal issue. It's an issue within themselves with the queens, right? So, and you're validating that with your explanation there. You put, it's easy to offend black Americans. They act so hard, but are strongest cowards here. It's easy to offend them. Yeah, even with a guy like me, because like I'm very selective. I know I say some mean things, but with the semantics, with my word choice, but I'm within the kind of parameters of within YouTube, the community guidelines. If I'm not, go cry to your white massa, go cry to YouTube. Okay. If you don't, and it's all good. I got a backup plan. You already know that the platforms are not free speech friendly, if I can say that, which we all know that. We all know that. But they'll let certain groups, protected groups, quote unquote, which is basically LGBT communists, they'll let them say whatever the hell they want. And that's black, white, or whatever they are. As long as they're LGBT and they're communists, they let them say that. Because they do target black content creators and stuff like that. They target white content creators. So I do see that they don't just favor black people. That's not true, because a lot of black people get their channels canceled. I can give a quick example. There's a Black Manosphere guy. His name is Mumia Obsidian Ali. He's like a Black Manosphere guy. He had one of his channels. It was actually a black woman who was targeting his channel to be canceled. So he hid his channel, his main channel, to prevent further strikes. So his channel didn't get terminated. But he created a backup channel. So he did that. And then we know, like, with Cynthia G, her channel, I believe, was demonetized. I didn't look into the whole story, but I was saying these are black YouTubers who've been on YouTube for years, right? For several years, and they developed a whole following, thousands of followers. Okay, these are black people, but their channels are getting, you know, canceled and stuff like that. So it happens to every group. But what the thing is, I feel like if you're they talk about protected class, the community guidelines. You're saying something against a protected class. They're talking about LGBT and communists. Okay. This is the influence that these people, especially when you go on TikTok. And there's another ethnic group, okay, that's currently in a war right now, okay, that they as well, they are a protected group you can't talk about. We all know who that is. So yeah, let's move on. The girl looks like she tried to use mulatto soap. Yeah, you heard about that mulatto soap, huh? You can't make it up, huh? They literally got soap out here named after us to bleach, to lighten their skin. Racism, discrimination, and supremacy ideology is due to competition. Precisely. Precisely. Competition is in school, sports, in the workplace, and in life. They don't want to compete because they feel they've already lost. Yeah, what I realize is it's crazy because they'll weaponize the one drop rule against mulattoes, where they want us to be in their group, but they're competing with us for white acceptance and for resources. So they'll discriminate against us because you're acting light skin, you got light skin, and all. Like, they'll discriminate against you, they'll be racist towards you, but they want you in their group. It's very weird. Like, this crabs in a bucket. Misery loves company. Like I said, I wasn't raised around them to that degree. There's always been black people around me my whole life. I'm partially black, and I like the West African cultures, particularly when I examine black culture. I do not like the ghetto black American culture. I like the positive, high class black American culture. But yeah, so I examine that. Like, it overwhelmingly, you see how they'll try to, like, one drop you and kind of pull you into their group, but then they want to, like, try to punk you and discriminate against you because they're competing with you. It's very weird. Like, I had to analyze this stuff a few years back. I was like, I got to take a step back and try to signal to some other people out here who are vibing with me, who understand what's going on, and let's do something different, because it's pretty weird. Yeah, race is competition. You're competing for resources and power and influence in society, and you're going to have a lot of intra-racial issues and problems when you're dealing with the community. They have a lot of issues. They're dealing with the historical legacy of slavery. There's a lot of damage. There's a lot of intergenerational trauma with them. Okay. And I don't want any part of that. I don't have that. That's not in my family. I don't want any part of that. So I don't want to be in that group to get punked and stuff. I don't accept that. So put it, everyone hates Angel is another one. I think I've heard of that. The Angel, the Puerto Rican guy, right? I think I heard of that cat. Most Black American won't give their children nothing. It's interesting. You say most. That's interesting, yeah. Because you look at, like, the businesses, right? The businesses passed down compared to other groups. And I've seen, like, with Hispanic people, even if they have, like, a taqueria, which is like a taco shop, a restaurant, they'll have their kids working in a restaurant at an early age, washing dishes or something. And I remember I went to Las Vegas when I was living in outside of LA several years ago. I went to Las Vegas with a bunch of buddies. They're actually all Mexican guys and a couple Mexican girls. They're friends of mine several years ago. And one of the Mexican guys, they're Americans, they're Mexican Americans, Chicano. But one of the guys who drove us from LA out to Las Vegas, before we hit the road to go to Las Vegas, we stopped at one of his parents' restaurants. I think this was in Corona, uh, California, which is like outside of LA, like the desert. I think Riverside County, I think, or San Bernardino County, one of those counties. And he took us to his parents' restaurant so that we spent money and provided for his family's business. Like he helped his family. Like I think he was a business major as well. Shout out to him, the cat. It's Steve. He doesn't listen to his channel. He doesn't know about this. We're friends on social media, but I'm still friends with the guy. I like him. He's a good guy. And shout out to him. But I remember that thinking about it now, reminiscing on it, where it's like the whole group of us guys, and I think there's a couple girls, like he like navigated us towards his family's business. So like we spent money in his business to his family, supporting his community, his family. It was so cool, man. I feel like every other group can like learn from that. Like, and we got a service, we got Mexican food. We got a service that we were proud to support, but like he was supporting his family at the same time. Like everybody wins. That's a community. When you think about it, everybody wins. Like we didn't just go to some other person's business, like a Vietnamese restaurant or a McDonald's owned by some corporation, and we just gave them our money to eat. No, we went to his family business, so that money that we had, we contributed it back to his family. It's just a beautiful thing, like the group economics. And shout out to that dude. But that's the idea, like you put here, about passing down to their children, where even his parents, like he was supporting his parents, and of course his parents passed down something to him, supported him. They have these principles of economics, and we can learn from that, especially the mulattoes. You listen to me right now, you mulattoes, you can learn from that, right? You put here, I haven't dated a black male since I was 18. I'm 37 now. Interesting. So DC shared the link. I saw you inboxed me as well, so I'll check that out later. They call biracials a danger, but didn't the Haitians attack and enslave the Dominicans? Interesting, yeah. The whole history there. I got a lot of Dominican support over on TikTok, and I know a lot of Dominicans are fighting for their identity, for their place in society. It's beautiful to see them. And I see there's a lot of crossover with their plight and our plight because very similar. We know the Dominican Republic has been coined and referred to oftentimes as the Mulatto Republic for a lot of the mixed race population, a lot of admixture with Africans, Tainos, and Spanish, etc. But I love when I'm seeing the Dominicans fight for their identity, their place in society, because yeah, it's interesting. Maybe they supported mulattoes 60 years ago because whites didn't accept them either. Now whites accept mulattoes more than them, and they became jealous since their white god didn't choose them. You hit the nail on the head, Val. Shout out to you, Val. This is exactly what it is. This is precisely the whole predicament. So you and me are on the same page. This is exactly what it is. Like you read my mind, because this is exactly what it is. What else is there to say? Like everything I said earlier, where it's like, look, the 60 years ago, a lot of the mulattoes, the racial climate was different. They didn't really have a choice. They had to create their own shit or just be with black people. But there wasn't enough mulattoes at that time where they were already effectively destabilized with government policy, right? The Racial Integrity Act. So they couldn't really, and they didn't have mass transportation or the internet. They couldn't spread this information across the airways. I can connect with all you guys around the planet. I have people from the UK listening, from Canada, from Brazil, everywhere. People all across America listen to me. It's like they didn't have this 60 years ago. So a lot of mulattoes, if they were in a black community, say in Detroit or DC or wherever, LA, they were basically stuck. They were stuck. Like they had no way to communicate with other mulattoes. So they just took their place in black society. They just found a way to fit in, right? And because they knew with white people, there was hyper racialized. So a lot of white people would see the black in them and basically be like, you ain't one of us, get out of here, right? But today it's different. Today it's different, where now the whites are more accepting of mulattoes 1,000 times more than a dark skinned black person. And because dark skinned blacks, men and women, I'm not saying all, but a large portion are jealous of mulattoes, of mulatto men and mulatto women because we're more accepted by whites, right? And they're mad at us because their white God, I put their white massa, chooses us and doesn't choose them. That's why we get hate from these people. So Val, like you and me are very similar because we see it. And you're a little bit older than me. You said you're 37. We see it, and you have a black mom, white father, right? I have a white mom, black father. We see it. Like it doesn't take a rocket scientist, to see what's really going on here. If you really think about it, we are the only group that would be F if a race were to break off. That's because a lot of you guys, you see, a lot of you people would be a crash test dummy. You'd be the first ones to jump out there to fight for blacks, and the blacks would just use you as a shield and punk you. And then the same blacks would turn around the corner and they would bend over, spread their butt cheeks, and submit to whites and cut a deal with them and be in servitude, and you mulattoes will take all the hits. That's the reason why. Because most of these mulattoes just want a black ass to kiss to serve blacks. This is what it is. And that's why you would be FUCK if a race war were to kick off. Yeah, because most of you people, you don't want to even have your own group. You just want to serve blacks and fit in with them. And the blacks are going to use you as crash test dummies, literally, like Kwame Brown said. They're going to use you as a crash test dummy. Like I said, the same black, as soon as they're done with you mulattoes, they're going to bend over, spread their butt cheeks for white people. They're going to submit to their white massa and say, please, massa, make me a slave again. I'll do what you want. Just let me worship you in peace, right? This has been the standard, operating procedure for the last 400 years. You think it's going to change today? I know people are not going to like me saying this. Tough. Go cry to YouTube about it. But this is what it is. So, because you put this comment here, like I'm not getting punked out here. Okay. You need to pick a side. I don't pick losers. And when some of these people, I'm looking at them, they want me to like be upfront and to get punked and to like do all the work. You gotta prove that you down. I no. You hit the Cash App. The Cash App is there for a reason. You're gonna hit that. You're gonna pay me, and then we can talk and negotiate. That's how I'm moving forward. I hope a lot of these other mulattoes start to do the same. Stop getting punked. But we'll see. So you got the 48 laws of power. Law 2, never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. I like that. Just right away, right there. Friends get envious and undermine you. I like what you're saying. Enemies are more loyal than friends and work harder to prove himself worthy of your trust. Right. They want to prove that they trust you. They want to prove your trust so they can get close to you to undermine you. You're speaking my language. 48 laws of power. Yeah. Learn to use your enemies because your friends are envious and will and with this whole YouTube endeavor, I've learned that like pretty easily. I think I've come off on the good end of it as well. I didn't really take any hits. People can do a couple like little streams and talk their shit and all that, but like look at where they're at, look where I'm at. Still rising and growing. So I didn't really take, I'm just a small time YouTuber. This is some shit I'm doing on the side. My whole main objective here is to get this information out, to connect with you guys, to let you guys know you have another option. Okay. And these other people, they need to pay if they want services from you. Like, stop giving shit for free, letting people punk you and try to use you. You stand firm in how you identify your identity and get something out of the whole deal. Get the best deal. But yeah, I like this comment here. It's just pretty solid. Learn how to use your enemies because your friends will get envious of you and undermine you. That's just a lesson in life. Yeah, I've learned that. And YouTube will be the great kind of teacher in that, which is why black want to absorb biracials. Yeah. Yeah, that's part of that rule, right? Blacks want to absorb biracials. Exactly. Yeah. They want to sit there and act like they're your friend so they can use you, undermine you, and absorb you. Yeah. Yeah. You can learn more from your enemies. Yeah. You make an excellent point. Yeah. Yeah. Great comment. I think Hispanics are more welcome to whites is because the average Hispanic is around 62% white Spanish. Well, yeah, for sure. The idea of Hispanic, the word Spain in that word indicates it's more kind of connected to European culture, society versus Latino. When you imply Latino, there's more of a kind of indigenous kind of connotation, if I can say that. Even with some, well, the thing is, when they say Afro Latino, then they're including the African roots, right? Because there's a distinction. You have Hispanic, you have Latino, and then you have Afro Latino, right? Because Latino is different from Afro Latino. When you say Afro Latino, they're letting you know there's some blackness there, okay? So Latino would be more so indigenous, whether it's Taino or Aztec or Mayan, and then like a blend with European, because we know overwhelmingly that a large portion of Latino people are mestizo, which is that technical kind of anthropological term, mestizo, which is mixed, okay, of European and Indian or indigenous, if you want to use that term. So yeah, but Hispanic is more so closely related with the kind of European cultural custom, even genetically, like you said, 62% or plus. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like where I grow up at in California, a large portion of Chicano people were basically just, you guess you could say, white Hispanics or Spaniards, but they speak Spanish or whatever. When it's the summertime, they can get a little tanner. But even the friend I mentioned earlier, the Mexican Chicano cat I went to Vegas with, Steve, my buddy, still friends with. Um, yeah, he's like he fits that criteria of Hispanic. He's for sure like a white guy. You just say he's a white guy. If he didn't speak Spanish and just spoke English anywhere around the world, he'd just be kind of like a Spanish guy or a white guy, whatever. But yeah, that's part of who they are. What do you expect? That's if you're 62% Spanish or European, well, yeah, you're mostly white. Like, the only people who try to kind of gaslight them is the communita, right? The communita will see one drop of non-black blood, one drop, literally one drop, and be like, "Well, you ain't even white. You wish you were white." One drop is all it takes for the communita to try to gaslight you and use you, right? I'm saying the community because I don't see Asians do that. I don't see white people gaslight them. You're really white. No, the whites will actually kind of gatekeep, and they're the first ones to let them know, hey, you ain't Anglo-Saxon, you ain't like us, you're Mexican. They're the first ones to tell them, even if they're the same complexion, they're just as pale or paler than them. They'll let them know you don't have blue eyes or green eyes or blonde hair. You got brown eyes and black hair. Hey, your ass ain't Anglo-Saxon. You're not one of us. They'll be the first ones to tell you. I say the community because we know the community, they need all the help they can get. They're looking for all the allies. So they're gonna one drop everybody to be underneath them in their group. So if anything, I'm siding with the Hispanics in the race war. I don't know, that's that Goldie, why you're even talking this kind of war language, because you should always be prepared for battle. I'm a man, so I'm always prepared for battle, but the whole process, you should be striving for peace, for tranquility, peace, and harmony. So, like, I don't use like the war language here. I was at the gym earlier. I work out basically every day. I might take one day off, a break. I'm a proud American, pro 2A. Okay. Um, so I'm ready for battle. I'm ready to fight. I'm a fighter, but I'm always striving for peace, to live in harmony. So I don't use this war language. I don't know why you're putting this here, to be honest with you, because I definitely do discourage that type of language around here, because the whole idea here is to be in harmony with people. I'm a mulatto man. I'm European and African. Okay, part of my family is European, part of my family is African. I'm trying to create balance and harmony in my existence. And I'm one guy, one man, but there's a lot of other people out here similar like me, men and women, who are on that same path. They want to find harmony, they want to find belonging, they want to find a community, and I am here to serve them. Okay. And yeah, so you put the comment here, there'll never be, yeah, a race war. Blacks can't control the air, space, surface. Yeah. Well, yeah, they're not going to win anything. Yeah. Let me see. I think I got some comments. We're at about 3 hours into this, went a little longer. So, kind of the main meat of the matter. I got into all your guys' comments and commentary. But as you can see, the thumbnail, this is all congruent with the whole topic. Okay. Of these black female supremacists, black female supremacy, and their saboteurs, because they have saboteurs, they got pro blacks and interlopers whose whole mission here is to sow the seeds of dissension amongst our ranks. They want us to stabilize mulattoes, destabilize mulattoes' process from community formation. They want us to stay serving underneath blackness. Now, this is a comment from a guy, Brian Dusty K, who's trying to use the mulattoes and mixed people to grow his little hip hop career. Okay. And this guy popped up on the scene. I saw him. It was actually on Instagram. I saw this guy. And then, like, he just came off like a bitch. He came off real weak, crying. And so I had to block him immediately. And but he's still talking to this day. So you see this comment here. This is from like several months ago. This is 2023. Probably say the summer of 2023. So let's say 7, 8 months ago, a while ago. But of course, I got, receipts. You see the comment here, and you can look at the image of the guy here. He's on the thumbnail as well. He's like the what do we call that? The puppeteer. He's got his little crash test dummy, his biracial, his mulatto crash test dummy that he's kind of, directing. He's the puppet master, puppeteer. He doesn't even have enough confidence in himself to show his face on camera. He's got a ski mask on. Like he's tough. Like he's going to intimidate somebody with the fucking ski mask on his face, okay? Covering half of his face. But he puts here, "Oh no, it's the battle of the light-skinned biracials," and a laughing emojis. Now, I'm putting this because this same guy, he'll walk around and say, "Oh, I'm just a monoracial passing mixed guy." He's a black man. He shared fake results of his fake fabricated DNA results. It's probably somebody else's results. You can't confirm it. He doesn't have a name. There's no confirmation. He's trying, and I looked at the results that he provided, which weren't even his. It was like 17% non-black DNA. So you're not even a griff. Like you're you're a black person with admixture. You're not mulatto. But he's trying to justify himself being in my presence. Like I don't know what the hell you are. Like I have more respect. I rather deal with a black man who's proud to be black. I rather deal with a black woman who's proud to be black. I don't like dealing with these fake ass mixed people. I don't like dealing with black people who hate themselves so much they want to pretend to be something else that they're not. Okay, the difference between me and you is I got a white mom. Me and you are not the same, homie. Even if it's a biracial that's got a black mom and a white dad, they're not the same as you. But this is the guy. I'm going to share a couple comments right now where he's working with the biracial guy that has a black mom And he's pushing the same black female supremacy where he's basically saying that, oh, the biracials that have black moms, oh, they're more connected with their black culture. And it's the ones with the white moms that are the bad ones. So I'm going to make this connection here for you guys. This is just all evidence, proof, receipts, facts that I'm sharing here. You have saboteurs who are pushing this crap, and their whole purpose is to destroy the basically integrity and continuity and the cohesion of mulattoes who want to form an independent body politic and community away from black influence. But he sits here and puts, oh no, it's the battle of the light skinned biracials. So he's trying to mock us. He's trying to mock light skin. I find this to be hilarious because this guy's a bitch. This Brian Dusty K, this guy's a fucking mark. Because this guy will cry like a bitch about me. And he'll say, oh, I'm a colorist. He'll say the Mulatto Vanguard is a colorist. He still say I'm a colorist. But look at the comments he puts here. This is a colorist comment. He's talking shit and laughing and mocking light-skinned biracials. He started all this crap, guys. I'm showing this on his channel to all my audience, all the people listening. This guy starts this shit. They want to throw shade and talk crap about your light skin. They're going to mock you for being light skinned. Then they want to turn around and cry like a bitch and say, oh, you're a colorist. You're white supremacist. You're a colorist. I can't respect a dude like you, homie. We're not the same, bro. We're not the same. Go back to wherever you come from, wherever you're from. Go over there and stay the hell away from me. He can't do that, though. He doesn't have the decency to do that. He's got to stay all up in my mix, pun intended, talking ish about me. And I saw a comment he made yesterday. He made a comment yesterday on another biracial woman's channel, bringing my name up. In the whole damn video, the woman didn't even talk about me. But this guy is a fanboy. He's so fixated on me. He wants to bring everywhere he goes, he talks, he brings my name up. I'm like, this guy is fucking annoying, man. I'm just like, this is content for the channel, but do I want to talk about this loser like a wannabe rapper? Like that's all you have to offer the world with all these damn rap artists we have out here? You're going to give us more rap songs, bro? Your shitty rap music? You're not going to be a scientist or a chemist or an educator. You're not going to help society. You're going to give us more music we can dance to. Just another thug. Like you're not important out here. And another comment. And like I said, this guy's purpose is to basically destabilize mulattoes. He sees a guy like me. He hates the fact that I'm trying to connect with mulatto people. He hates that. So he's going to go to other biracials, other mulattoes, and try to work with them to attack me. That's literally his modus operandi. That's his whole purpose, is to hate me because he sees that I'm like one of the serious people out here that's like, look, we need our own shit. Okay. We need something that's for us. If you have a black mom, you have a white mom, you have a mulatto mom, you identify as being mulatto, we need our own shit out here. Okay. Let's get together, figure it out, compare our notes, and develop something for protection. We need protection, and protection was within that group. Once there's enough of us and we let the whole world know we see the game being played, people are going to think differently about how they come at us, because right now we are so fragmented and disorganized. People think they can talk to you however the hell they want. And to me, like I said, it's not just blacks, it's whites and Mexicans too, especially with the people I'm dealing with, because a lot of these other groups, whites and Mexicans, they see how blacks are treating biracials. They see that the open hostility that black Americans have towards biracials, towards mulattoes. So these other groups, whites and Mexicans, they take notice of that. They study blacks even more than us. Okay. And so they're like, since they're discriminating against mulattoes, we can too. So now I'm seeing blacks working with Hispanics, Mexicans, and whites against mulattoes. This is where we're at today in 2024. If you don't want to hear the truth, don't watch the channel. Go somewhere else. But this is my truth. This is what I see. So you look at his comment here. He put this under another biracial person's comment section. He put here, what did he say to you? I ain't gonna lie, we only had one interaction and it wasn't positive. He puts here, I'm a multi-generational, multiracial brown-skinned man, and all I told him was he was being too harsh on black folks. Now that right there is the most stupidest, idiotic thing anyone can ever put, because it's a contradiction. You see how he puts right here, he's multi-generational, multiracial, brown skin man. Okay, you're brown skin man. You just said it yourself. You're brown skin, you're multiracial, and you're brown skin. But then he says he's trying to correct me for being too harsh on black folks. Well, if you're not black, if you're multiracial and brown skin, why the fuck do you care what anybody says about black people? It seems like there's like a contradiction there. It seems like there's conflicting information there. So who the hell is the confused one? Am I the confused one? Am I the mean guy? Am I the colorist guy when we know this Brian Dusty K? He's a colorist. You saw him making jokes about light-skinned men, okay? Because he's competing against light-skinned men because he wants light-skinned women. It's typical with them and their kind and their community. But he puts here he's multi-generational, multiracial, brown skin. Okay, so you're admitting you're mixed. You're multiracial, multi-generational, brown, you're brown skin. Okay, you're a brown skin guy, you're brown, you're mixed. Okay. Why are you caping for black folks, homie? He says, I told him I'm being too harsh on black folks. So now you want to police my content. Why are you caping for black folks? Why do you care? I thought you're brown skin. I thought you're multiracial and you're brown skin. So why are you so you see these type of confused individuals, their whole purpose is to sow dissension amongst you, to sabotage what you're doing. They want to confuse everybody. So you stay stagnant. You stay under their influence. This shit right here doesn't make any sense. Only an idiot, a ghetto, stupid idiot would take this individual seriously. This is a wannabe rapper. Like I said, guys, he's trying to use us to grow his channel. That's why I'm not tagging this idiot. He's already watching. He's a crazy, obsessed fan. I know he's listening right now. Out of the several people tuning into the live stream, he's listening. I know he's fucking weird. He's one of my biggest fans, and I've been analyzing this guy's behavior, how he moves on YouTube and social media for a minute. I'm like, this guy's fucking weird. I don't want to deal with these people in real life. I'm not only on the internet, off the internet. When I'm out here doing my business, I don't deal with you people like that. I don't deal with you people. You're not paying me or dancing. And you're creating music, I guess, hip hop, but I don't want to listen to that weak shit. And I'm looking at this contradiction like, okay, you're multi-generational, multiracial brown skinned man, but you're worried about what I have to say about black folks. Now, I specifically talk about pockets and community groups. I try to do the best I can. I know there's oftentimes I generalize, which is very bad and unprofessional on my part, but I'm going to get better at it. The more I become kind of, you know, familiar with this with the developing content and stuff, I'm going to be better at being specific. Sometimes I overgeneralize, but I'm pretty good about saying, yeah, Black Americans specifically, certain pockets within Black American who are pro-Black or one droppers, who are the major opposition, not the civilized, decent or conservative Black people, not them, because my Black family, my Black side of my family, they're conservative. So I'm not talking about them. If they're Christian or conservative, they're decent, civilized. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about your kind of your liberal, your leftist, pro-Black, Black Americans specifically. Those are going to be the main ones who are against mulatto people having our own. Let me finish this comment. He puts here, he didn't listen to me say what I was and went off saying, oh, I don't have to listen to you say what you are or what you was. Just based off your words right here, you're a stupid idiot. Nobody knows what the hell you are. You share fake ass DNA results. You steal someone else's DNA results and you try to present it like it's yours. You're a fraud. You can't even show your face. You guys see this? He doesn't even respect the public enough to show his fucking face on camera. Now, I'm talking to you guys from an avatar, but I published a video today, or yeah, yesterday. It's late right now, several hours ago, with my motherfucking face all over the camera. I'm not going to cam up right now because I'm not in the best mood and that wasn't my intentions. But I published a video today, as you can see here, with my mug all over the damn camera, posting a clip for my audience because I respect my audience. I don't have a ski mask on my face covering up my whole face. And yeah, you got people who are going to talk shit about me. Oh, you bald, you fat, you ugly. I don't give a fuck about you hoes, because you know what? Most of those people, basically all of them who want to talk shit about me and how I look, none of these motherfuckers are on camera. So I'm winning. I that's why I laugh at these characters, these cowards. They want to talk all this shit about how I look, but none of these internet motherfuckers are on camera like me. So yeah, we're not the same. We're not the same. I respect my subscribers. I respect my audience. I respect the mulattoes who want their own, who identify with other mulattoes. I respect them to say, I'm a real guy. This isn't an AI channel with some guy hiding behind an avatar who's, this is, I'm talking to you on behind an avatar right now on this live stream. You're getting a live stream from me, unscripted, unfiltered, but you're listening to a real dude, is what I'm telling you. And I give you content from here or there, short clips or videos, whatever. And I show my face. I let you know I'm a real man. Okay, I'm a real guy out here. My intentions are pure. But going back to the comment here, I see this knucklehead here. He doesn't respect anybody. He doesn't respect anybody enough to show his damn face. He covers his whole damn face up with a ski mask. And he says right here, oh, he didn't let me, he was too harsh on black folks. He didn't listen to me say what I was. I don't care what you are. To me, looking at this avatar, you look like a fucking thug. And that's what you want people to look at you as. You're a little rapper. You're a little drill rapper trying to sell your little ghetto music. And you say right here, you're multi-generational, multiracial, brown-skinned man. You said you're brown skin. You didn't say you're black skin, homie. You said you're brown skin. But now you're talking about, oh, I was being too harsh on black folks. A guy like you, I'm entertaining you right now because it's not for you, Brian, Dusty K. It's for these other biracials who are going to entertain your ass. I'm doing this live stream right now to let these other biracials know, yeah, I'm watching your fucking ass. If you let this interloper in your chat and you're dancing and entertaining this interloper, okay, who's trying to target and trying to go against me, I'm watching your ass too. So that's the whole purpose of this live stream, is to let these other mulattoes know, these other biracials, I see these saboteurs. Specifically this guy right here. This guy's on notice, Brian Dusty K, this thug. Brian Dusty K, who doesn't like the mulatto vanguard, who wants mulattoes to have their own shit, their own safe space. I don't really like to use that term, but damn it, we need our own shit. We need our own spaces. And yeah, and I see a guy like this who's gonna jump on other biracial people's channels to talk shit about me. I'm like, nah, I'm putting you biracials on notice. You mulattoes who entertain this creep, this thug here, this ski mask. He's talking about, oh, I didn't listen to what he said he was. Like, bro, what the fuck? Who are you? Who are you, bro? You're nobody. You're like a low level like rapper. I don't even think I can give you the rap title. You're trying to grift off biracials to grow your rap career. Like, that's how much of a loser you are. You can't connect with real people to grow your music. What the hell are you doing here? If you're mixed, you say you're brown skin, you're multiracial, but you're caping for black people from the hood because that's the culture you're from. Good for you. Keep your ass in that culture. Get the fuck out of my business. But this guy, like, is my biggest fan. He'll watch every stream I do, and then he'll run around and go to some other person's comment section and put comments like talking about, oh, I didn't agree with what he said. He said this. I didn't agree with that. I'm like, bitch, why are you watching me, bro? You know I don't like you. Why you what a hoe? Why are you watching me? I don't like Tariq Nasheed, so I don't watch Tariq Nasheed. I don't like the Whack Authority, Jason Whack, the Whack Authority. I don't like that guy, so I don't watch his shit. There's content creators who produce content. I don't like their content. I don't watch them. But this guy, this thug in the ski mask, he does like he is a fan of mine. He watches my shit, but he complains about it. I'm like, you're a loser, bro. You have no life. It's fucking pathetic, man. This is what you reduce yourself to. And he put here saying, I'm from the hood, ghetto, conquered slave. And then he blocked me. And I want to point out as well, this is a private conversation. Okay, this was all no, this comment he put here is public, but I told him, I called him a conquered slave. I did, because he was acting like a bitch, and I blocked him after that. This was an Instagram. So he's taking a private, so you can't trust this thug. You can't trust this thug, because if you have a one-to-one conversation, man to man, a private conversation, he'll take that conversation that's private and he'll publicly put it on public so the whole world can see it. The conversation. So nobody will do business with this thug. Okay, this wannabe rapper. You can't trust him when it comes to business. He has no morals, no principles, no integrity. He'll take a private conversation and he'll publish it to everyone to see. So your trust is gone amongst men. No man will ever. I mean, only the stupid idiot men who have nothing going on, like the golden Pookie, who doesn't even have his driver's license. But any other man out here, they're not going to help promote your shit. He's trying to do hip hop music and all this crap. You think it? I mean, once other men they see how you move and how you operate, you think they're going to help promote you when you don't respect the integrity and confidentiality? Just off the interaction and watching his vids, I ain't gonna lie, especially me knowing how these guys with white moms are, he gives me that real white privilege upbringing vibe and not more the black struggling upbringing vibe, because he talks a lot of trash about people from the hood. So this again, you guys see that narrative where he talks about the white mom, these guys, and he put this comment under a woman's channel. So this is a black man. Well, he says he's multiracial and brown skin, but he's caping for black folks from the hood, the black struggle. You see that again, the contradiction, the black struggling upbringing vibe. So if I was struggling with black people from the hood, then he'd be cool with me, you know, because he would look at me like I'm his pawn. I'd be one of his crash test dummies, right? But because I'm not kissing your black ass. Your black ass is going to pay me, okay, when you're coming over here or serving me in some capacity, either for content, you're going to pay me, you're going to dance, you're going to do something. You're not going to sing for me because I don't like your music. Your music shit. I haven't even listened to it, but I'm just based off your the interaction, how you act, how you conduct yourself. I'm not going to give you any views. I'm not going to listen to your shitty ass rap. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to promote it because yeah, based off the comments that I'm seeing, this is one comment. I got a couple more, guys. I'm like, this guy is a fucking basket case, man. But he's pushing the whole narrative right here. These guys with white moms. He didn't say these people, these biracial people. He said these guys. Didn't I tell you, people? Didn't I tell you, the audience? You have these black guys, or in this case, he's a self-hater. He doesn't want to claim to be black. He says he's brown skin, right? So you have these guys who want to jump into the biracial discussion and they want to separate and try to put like a wedge in between biracial men and women. So he's black guy. He wants to side with biracial women against biracial men, dirty macking, trying to devalue me and say, oh, you know, these guys, they got white moms and, you know, they grew up privileged. They didn't grow up struggling. I'm not struggling with you dumb motherfuckers. I don't want my children to struggle with you people. I don't want my grandchildren to struggle. I don't want anybody in my family to struggle with you people. It's despicable. It's not an existence that I can endorse. It seems like it's a travesty too. Like, How is that gonna build upon your identity that you're struggling, you're broke? Like in your nemesis, your accomplice, that dude doesn't even have a driver's license. He doesn't have a passport. He's not gonna travel. Like I'm making plans this year. I plan to go to at least 3 different countries. I got a passport. My passport stays stamped. I'm traveling. And I'm like, this guy kicks it with people who don't even have driver's licenses. It's like we're not on the same level. Okay. So you want these losers who are struggling in the black hood, the community. It's like, man, I wanted to point this out because I first saw this comment several months ago. I don't want to be long-winded, guys, but he puts here this narrative about with white moms. You see that? But he says guys with white moms because he's competing against the men. He doesn't like biracial men who aren't going to kiss his black ass for his acceptance. But he feels like if a biracial men who have black moms, if they're raised around black people, they're going to kiss his butt to be down with him. See, this is the game that these people play. The men and the women play that game. The black men and black women. They both play that game against us to neutralize us so we don't have a group. They want to use you guys, man. And I'm trying to tell these mulattoes, like, this is all usury. You allow these people to get up in here and use you. But yeah, this was a private conversation that this idiot went public with, and he just made himself look stupid. That's all the guy did. Let me get into his next comment here because I got a couple more before I end things. I went on for a minute here. Let me share my screen with you guys. Get this next comment going. I've been here for a minute, 3 hours. Another comment. He put this under because the woman, I'm not going to even mention her name. Okay. And the woman is a biracial woman. Okay. Mulatto, to be specific. She, he put that comment talking crap about white moms. Okay. And she responded back immediately, was like, hey, I got a white mom. What are you talking about? Right? So, I mean, I appreciate her for standing firm in that because we can see a lot of these black people, they are literally black men and women are attacking biracials with white moms because we're the majority. Most biracials have white moms in America. So a lot of these black people are attacking us because they don't want us to have our own group. They want to keep us under their influence, right? And a lot of these blacks are racist towards whites, so they're going to attack our white side, right? So we look at this comment he puts here. I didn't say all, though. I know you guys aren't all like that. Just most are. I've seen it. So he's generalizing, saying most. But it's okay for him to generalize because he's a black racist thug. So it's okay for him to generalize white mom biracials. You see, guys, see that? This black racist thug, this rapper guy, wannabe rapper, right? This Dusty Kang. It's okay for him to be a black racist generalizing white biracials with white moms. But oh, if you generalize him, oh no, you're a racist and you're a colorist. So the whole colorist conversation is done. We know it's done because I already showed you guys the first receipt where this guy was laughing and mocking light skins, saying, oh no, it's the battle of the light skinned biracials, ha ha ha. Right? Let me share that comment again. So we know because this guy's gonna run around trying to say the mulatto vanguard's a colorist, but it's like we already know this guy already showed his ass. This was several months ago. He's sitting here, the first guy to even bring up skin color. And remember, to all the black people listening, because I do have black subscribers and black supporters, believe it or not. I have black people who just want to learn and listen to the content. If they have mixed kids or they themselves just want to learn, this guy doesn't even identify with you. This guy literally called himself a brown skin, multi-generational, multiracial man. But that's what I'm saying. Like the culture he's holding on to is this black ghetto thug culture. He has a whole ski mask on. He doesn't respect the public to show his face as a civilized individual. He's covering his whole damn face like a criminal, got a ski mask. He doesn't even identify with black people. But he capes for the worst elements of black society, the thugs, the criminals, and he knows I call them out. That's why he doesn't like me, because he's trying to make a whole career promoting debauchery, depravity, and savagery with the hip hop music, because he's a wannabe drill rapper. So he wants to make money profiting off of black dysfunction and black chaos. This guy's worse than the white supremacists. This Brian Dusty K. He wants to make music, drill music, talking about all his criminal acts and all this thuggery. Do you guys not see that in the black American culture, the dysfunction? How there's a lot of black people who will hate white people, they'll hate biracials, but they'll give these blacks a pass. These black people who are promoting this type of crap, this type of drill music and trap music and thuggery, right? Oh, because he's a black king, they're gonna give him a pass. All these rappers, man, they're gonna give all these rappers who promote degeneracy. They're gonna give all of them a pass. They get the hood hall pass, but they want to talk shit about the biracial, like Drake or Logic or whatever. Just the fact that you saying you're biracial, a lot of them, they take offense to that. Oh, you think you're better than me? No, I'm not better. I'm just not the same as you. You're black. I'm biracial. I'm not better. Not at all. I got a lot of work to do. I need to do more push-ups. I need to work out more. Shit. I need to compete more, get my money up. I'm not better than you. I'm different. I'm not the same as you. I'm not black. I'm mulatto. I'm biracial. Okay. But a lot of them, they feel like that's like a negative, the fact that you're not identifying with them. But what I'm saying is, we look at this guy. He doesn't even identify with you black people. I know you black people are listening to me. I have a lot of haters who hate watch me and shit too, especially this guy. This guy's a weird fan. But you guys saw, he said he's a brown skin, multi-generational, multiracial man. He doesn't even identify as being a black man, but he's caping for the ghetto criminal culture. He has got a ski mask on. He's going to make his criminal music. He wants to profit off of black destruction. What do you people think about that? Because I know black people, you're going to listen on the playback. Man, post a comment, man. This is a pretty long stream. I'm going to put some timestamps on this. Let me know what you think, because I'm sitting here like, do you guys not see the kind of irony and confusion here? Where why do you guys let these people slide? This guy doesn't even identify. This guy will sell out your whole damn black race to just get some mixed coochie. That's all this guy wants. He'll sell out every black person. He'll sell out his own damn people just to get close to mixed people, to get a biracial chick, to get light skin. That's how bad it is, because they want that light skinned woman. They want the preference. They want the mixed coochie. So they're not even going to identify as black. He's going to be like, oh, he's brown skin. He's multiracial. I'm not even black. I'm brown skin. They're going to sell out the whole damn group. I don't do that shit. I'm like, man, this is a joke. I know I'm not the only one seeing it. I'm just trying to articulate it in a fashion where people can kind of digest it. Like, look, this is you can't take these people seriously. My whole thing is, look, this guy runs around trying to other biracials, trying to slander me, and I don't give a damn. This guy's irrelevant. He's just a thug. Like I said, he's a conquered. He is conquered. He's a thug. He's irrelevant. He's weak. I don't associate with weak men, but I'm doing this so the other biracials are on notice. They know I see what's going on. When you have this dumb idiot in your chat, okay, and he's talking about yours truly, me. Okay, I see what's going on. He put here, it's just very common that biracial people with white mothers are closer to their white side, and ones with black mothers are typically closer to black people. This is just what I've witnessed, right? So that's the narrative I told you. From the beginning, I said it's not as much as the parents, if your mom is black or your mom is white. It's the environment that the mother, because women are going to adapt to the environment, right? Men have a lot of tools to change and alter their environment, but more so we see how women basically adapt to the environment more so, where every biological species, an organism, adapts to the environment. But I feel like with men, with will, there's more of a capacity where men can kind of destroy, okay, some regards, but also develop and create and kind of draft the surrounding environment to fit his liking. Men have that that's one of the powers of men, the creation and development, to create an environment that serves him. Where I honestly just feel like, yeah, there's a difference between sexes, between genders, where women more so will just kind of adapt for survival with that environment. They're not really gonna challenge the environment unless men in a lot of cases help them. Yeah, if you disagree, let me know. But yeah, I'm seeing this guy's comment. He's pushing the whole narrative about this whole the white side. They got black moms or closer to black people. If that black mom raised them in the black hood, but I've seen a lot of biracial people on YouTube specifically who have black moms, and their black mom wasn't even really around like that. Like the black mom put them up for adoption. So they were raised in like a foster care. So I'm like, well, a lot of kids, and that happens with white mom biracials also. I've seen a lot of that too. And we are oversampled a lot, overwhelmingly, in the foster care system. And that's one of our issues, our problems that we have to solve. Since I am more fortunate in the environment I grew up in, having family, I feel like it's a duty, responsibility for me to look out for and advocate for those who are less fortunate. I'm talking about the younger people now, not the adults. If you're an adult and you're a man and you can't get your shit together, you're still crying about what happened to you or what happened in the past as a kid. Look, you got issues, okay? But I feel like as a man now, I want to get to a point to where I can financially support, sponsor, endorse foster cares and to build healthy homes for, especially for these mulattoes who are struggling, who are brought up in bad circumstances. We know that with us, we have high rates of especially if you're a biracial person, white mom, black mom, white dad, where broken homes. The divorce rates are very high in our group, our demographic, and a lot of times the children are, get the shit end of the deal, and so they're put up for adoption, they're put into foster care, etc. So there's a whole legacy situation that happens there that we have to solve that, because we don't want these individuals to grow up and be a menace to society, be problematic. We want to create an environment where they can thrive, be competitive, and be and they could be a resource and a benefit to society. So the environment's the main thing. Okay, your mom is black, your mom is white. The main factor is the environment. Main factor is the environment. So let me get into another comment. I saw this one. I got two more comments, guys, and I think I'm probably gonna close it out after that. I'm gonna drop the link, but I don't know. Do you guys want to talk to me this late or this early, depending on where you're at? Just want to get through this. Got a lot of material here. Like I said, a couple more comments. This one right here is a couple days ago. I crossed these guys out because these are the two people who were on the thumbnail. The thumbnail I got, the main guy, Brian Dusty K, pulling the strings of some biracial guy who hates being biracial. you know, and all the evidence, all the receipts and evidence is there. He just recently, this past week, did a bunch of videos talking about how he doesn't want a community with mixed people in America. He doesn't prefer mixed women. I'm like, whatever, dude. Just keep my name out your mouth. But he can't. He's got to use me for content. Man, these ghetto losers, they're trying to use me to build their channels and shit. I'm like, I don't think it's going to work out the way you guys think it's going to work. It's going to be in reverse. I'm going to use you for content to help myself grow. Like, you're not going to grow off of me, homie. Like, you're not smart enough. You're not smart enough to do this, okay? I'm going to use you, and you're going to continue to stay mad. So I look at this comment here. He puts, nah, he would be okay with you getting, not with, he put wit, because he's a ghetto thug. This is the same guy. He changed his whole avatar, just a black screen, because he doesn't even like himself. He's an incel, this Brian Dusty K. I saw a comment he put where he basically said, Most women don't find him attractive. He's an incel guy. I don't know if he thinks doing this hip hop shit is going to get him some more. In their community, the ghetto black community, they feel like by becoming rap stars, they can get all the girls. Because isn't that what the music they promote? The rappers getting all the chicks, getting all the girls, and all the hip hop videos. They market that lifestyle to people. So he's falling in line with that. Instead of being a doctor, a scientist, or an engineer, he wants to be a rapper. So yeah, you kind of know where he's at, right? He wants to act like that's like a noble profession. With all the other rappers we have out here, he just wants to be another one out of the other million. It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, we could use more nurses and doctors and scientists, but no, Brian Dusty K, he just wants to do shitty rap music for you guys in the hopes of getting more chicks. Yeah. Okay, cool. So you put here wit you getting with the white woman. That's the womb he came out of. He's talking about me. He's saying that I'd feel like this man, this biracial incel he's talking to, that I'd be okay with him getting a white woman because that's the womb he came. You see how weird and sick and twisted they are. But this is the black female supremacy and their saboteurs. They don't want mulattoes to have their own space. Both of these people are already documented. You see on the screen right now, the guy is the Golden Pookie, and then you have the Brian Dusty K. They're both documented. I already did a whole video about both of these characters on this channel, the black nationalist infiltrators infiltrating mulatto spaces. They publicly don't want a mixed community. You can see the comment here. Let me read it. He puts, but a black woman, he definitely feels some type of way about it. I wonder how he feels about the Ant report being with a black woman, since that's his best friend. Now he's mad because me and the Ant report, he hates to see two biracial guys who are cordial with each other and who work, because like I said, this Brian Dusty K is an interloper. His whole purpose is to get in between biracial people to make sure we don't work together to form our own community. And the Ant report has a wife, has a family. That's his business. You see how out of pocket this guy is to talk about, oh, the Ant report or his wife or something. Like, why are you talking about another man's wife? You see how out of pocket this little fucking thug Brian Dusty K is. Okay. I've never talked about the Ant report's family or his wife. That's not my fucking business. But this thug, Brian Dusty K, wants to try to slander me and use me. And he's trying to bring in this other guy. The Ant Report deleted his channel because he doesn't want to deal with you weirdos. I don't blame him. The man has a family. He's got a career, a job. He has a passport. He travels the world. He's been to Africa just like me. Like, we're doing shit out here. I don't have a family. But I know the Ant Report trains Muay Thai. I work out and train as well. So like we have similar interests and we're just cordial. We're two biracial dudes. We're cordial. We're two mulatto dudes. We're cordial. But this guy doesn't like that. This drill rapper, this thug who doesn't even like being black because he calls himself brown skin, multiracial, whatever. He hates to see mixed people working together. His whole purpose is to make sure that we stay underneath blacks so he can use us, right? We all know the strategy now at this point. And he's trying to put this false narrative that I give a damn about any other man or what their wife is or the Ant report or his wife. I've never made one comment anywhere about the Ant report's family or his wife. That's not my fucking business. I've never seen a picture of any of his family or anything. I never asked. I don't care. I don't care. I don't talk to men and ask them about their family. It's weird. This criminal thug, Brian Dusty K, hops up on YouTube, getting all personal on people's business, talking about their mom, talking about their family, their wife. You see this fucking thug? You guys see this? And he puts right here, I seen Ant's channel is gone, which tells me that bro likely doesn't even want to think about race anymore. He wants to get away from people like you. And the Ant report, I remember messaging him a while back, and I remember he told me he blocked you too, Brian. Brian Dusty K. He blocked you and I blocked you because we both talked behind the scenes about you too. We're like, this guy's a fucking weird interloper. But see, the Ant Report's nicer than me. Okay. Which is a good quality. That's why I like the guy. He's more cordial and friendlier. He's nicer than me. He'll be cool with you and entertain you and stuff, and he'll talk. And, he's very conversational. He's good. He's a good YouTuber, good content creator, right? I think because he's more likable than a guy like me. I'm very blunt and firm. I'm like, look, if I don't like you, I don't like you. I feel like the Ant Report, even if he doesn't like you, he'll still kind of try to be cool with you. And yeah, so we talked behind the scenes where like this Brian guy is a fucking weirdo, man. He's just creepy and weird and interloper. Like he's pretending to be mixed. It's just so weird. Like we see that with Black Americans. A lot of them pretend to be mixed. Like they pretend to be indigenous Native Americans. They pretend to be Moors, and they pretend to be everything else but black. But when you criticize black culture, those are going to be the first people to say you're anti-black and you're a white supremacist. And I'm like, well, wait a second. I thought your ass wasn't black. I thought you were mixed. I thought you were a multi-generational brown skinned man. So why the hell do you care what I have to say? You see how they, how they tell on themselves, these wannabe mixed people, right? With their dual allegiances. They don't want to be black, they want to be mixed, but at the same time, they want to cape for the black community, not the positive elements of black society. They want to cape for the ghetto, criminal, thug, hood elements. Critically important. Now, his biracial tag along buddy puts here, shake my head. This sector is finished. No, you're finished, pussy. The golden pussy, the golden pookie. You're finished, bitch. Nobody's dealing with your stupid ass. How's that lawsuit going? No, I cooked this boy. I mean, I remember on my other channel a couple months back, all I had to do was put some community post. And I made this bitch curl up in a little ball. He's like, I'm going to take a break from YouTube. I'm not going to do content for a while. I made this fucking hoe run away like a bitch. Not even doing any videos, just community post. And I didn't even tag this fucking hoe. I didn't even tag this hoe. All I did was lay out. you know, that's all I do is community post, because I know this pussy watches me. He's my fan. He follows me. He reads all the community posts, and it hurt his psyche. He's like, this guy's making too much sense. He's embarrassing me. He's comparing notes and showing receipts, making me look stupid. And this is another fucking thug. This guy publicly is like, we gonna meet each other. I got all the all the audio clips. We gonna meet, right? We gonna meet each other. That's what this fucking criminal thug is saying. We gonna meet each other. You know that, right? It's like, well, how are you gonna meet me, bro? Like, you don't even have a driver's license. You're gonna take a bus. You want me to sponsor you, buy your bus ticket so you can come meet me on some hoe shit? You don't have a passport. You want to go to the DR to get some light skinned chicks. You don't even have a passport, fucking loser. And you don't even have a driver's license. you know. So how are you gonna meet me? You're gonna walk over to me where I'm at, homie, or what? You're gonna take a bus to come see me? Like, I don't, because he said this numerous times. He's gonna say it again. Watch, I'm gonna provide the receipts. Yeah, he's gonna say it again because he's a very emotionally unhinged fucking thug, where he acts like a violent savage when you embarrass him, right? We're gonna meet each other. Well, what the fuck is your monkey ass gonna do when we meet? You're not gonna do a damn thing, boy. That's what I love. We're gonna meet each other. We gonna meet. Okay, yeah. I don't want to meet you. You have no money to give me. You're not gonna dance for me or sing songs for. I'm not gonna deal with you. Okay. But I just wanted to point that out because this guy is crazy. This guy has said this on numerous occasions. Like he wanted to meet me in real life publicly. No. There's only been like one content creator, maybe a couple, that I was like, I'd actually like to meet this person. One of them I did meet. Shout out to her, Afro P and Monica, when I was out in England. Met up with her, and then we made some content. So I really respect that woman. She makes us look really good. I like how she presents herself, Afro P and Monica. So she was like one person. I was like, yeah, I'd like to meet you. we could talk. But there's like only a couple other people. Like, what? This Pookie guy's like wants to meet me. We gonna see each other, really? Like, I don't. You don't want to see me, homie. You honestly, you don't. It's not gonna turn out the way you think it's gonna turn out. You're gonna be very displeased. You're not gonna be happy. It's not gonna be good for you. So nah, you don't want to meet me, bro. Okay, just this YouTube shit, hearing my voice on YouTube or watching some videos, I think you should be happy with that. Because trust me, you don't want to meet me. You don't want to see me face to face. You don't. Okay. But I'm seeing right here, he puts right, this sector is finished. Mixed Americans are not going to have a community in this lifetime. It's a done deal. And who do you think liked the comment? His black saboteur, who's against mixed people having a community. He liked his comment. And this is a mixed guy. Okay. Biracial guy, black mom, who's being used by this black man to hate on mixed people who want their own community. You guys see this right here, all you guys listen to me. He's sitting here telling you that we're not going to have a community. No, you're not, Pookie, the golden Pookie. You're not going to have a community with us. We don't want you here. You're going to stay your ass over there in the community with your criminals and your thugs and your drill rappers. Stay over there with them. We don't want you over here. Okay. And then, of course, Brian Dusty K replies, I ultimately hope you find other like minded biracial people and golden people, bro. I don't like seeing, some of the same race look like each other and getting along contrary to conspiracies Vanguard has. So, yeah, this pussy's a fan. Like I said, the main thing about this is to point out to these biracials who are listening, I see what's going on. You have this interloper, this saboteur who's going out there. They're upset and angry at me for the fact that I have a lot of pride in myself and I have a lot of belief in um in mulatto people, in us having our own group, our own space. And all, like I said, all I did is I took inspiration from people I seen that are already doing it. Like I saw I first started to see with the women, with mulatto women or mixed women, if you will, on like Instagram, and they had like mixed race pages on based on their hair. This was back in like 2019 or something, 2020. I saw entire social media pages where you had women who are like, mixed girls rock or the mixed girls hair. I was like, wow, finally. A couple years before that, I thought to myself, it would be nice if we had a space, pages that were dedicated just for us, our unique experience, our unique phenotype, our unique identity, culture, those of us who are similar. I was like, it would be nice to see something for people who are mixed and identify as that. Now, I'm ultra specific. I say mulatto, but then I saw that rapper. This is like 2019. I saw the rapper Miss Mulatto. And I was like, wow, that is the dopest stage name I've ever seen. I dug it right away. That was my main inspiration. I'll be real with you guys. It's mainly because of the mulatto women that I seen. I seen the work they were doing. Miss Mulatto, and then some of these Instagram pages. And I was like, okay, so there's something out here. There's a void. There's a space that needs to be filled. There's something out here. Let me see what I can do, what I can contribute to help bring people together, get this information out there. But because I'm doing that, you have saboteurs out here who hate the fact. So there's one more comment that I have here, but you know what? I didn't block the guy's name out. I don't want to give this guy any shine, any clout. We're almost at the 4-hour mark, but I'm going to do a whole separate video, short video in conjunction, because I saw a comment this guy left recently on a biracial woman's page. And I forgot, I took a screenshot, but I didn't cross his name out. Like I said, I don't want to give this hoe any promotion. He put here, so much, you guys. Facts was on point. The man, he talked clearly. Animosity. All the things are recent. Types of facts not attacking. I enjoyed Let me see. He puts here, someone you guys aren't a fan of thinks I'm a monoracial supervillain out to force biracial into being black. Just to want the mulatto women. LOL. Yeah, I saw this comment. This guy is such a clown, man. Very sad. My whole thing is, I know he's an idiot. He's not special. We've seen these type of guys, these interlopers. Like there's a guy, Zacharias. His name is Zach. I don't know if that's his real name, but Zacharias. He's like a black guy who pretends to be mixed. So it's like these people aren't original. They're not new. I've seen this my whole life with black men who pretend to be something else other than black. I've seen this my whole life, guys. You're not fooling me. So, but it's not. It's for him. It's easy to get guys like that, kick him out. He say, "Get the hell out of here." What irritates me more than anything is biracial people who entertain that guy. Right. That's the main reason here. So we're at 4 hours, about close to that. I dropped the link. See if anybody bites onto it, and we give it a couple minutes. I'm probably gonna head out because, like I said, 4 hours. Shit, I need to get some rest and wake up, go to the gym, and then get my day started. We're already in a new day, but damn, I've been here for a minute. You guys are listening, so shit. I went on longer than I expected. I thought it'd be like 2 hours, but I blab a lot. That's the whole purpose when I get up here and do my thing. So if I get any comments, you put here. I looked it up. LGBT bisexual is like double for blacks. Yeah, if you're black and you're LGBT, it falls in line with black female supremacy, because with black female supremacy, their main philosophy that they utilize for power is called intersectionality. And intersectionality is their communist philosophy they developed. That was Kimberly Crenshaw developed that philosophy. What it says is you get victimhood points based on these kind of struggle kind of boxes you can check. The more struggle boxes you check, the oppression boxes you check, you get victimhood points that puts you on the higher end of the pyramid. That means you deserve more attention. You should get more rights in society because you're a special victim. Kimberly Crenshaw developed this in the late 1980s. Intersectionality. So it says if you're a woman, number one, you get a victim point. If you're black, number two, you get a victim point. If you're LGBT, number three, you get a victim point. If you're lower income, number four, you get a victim point because of socioeconomic status. If you have any kind of disability, maybe you have a sore ankle or your thumb hurts or you have a cramps or a bad attitude, right? It's because the mental health spectrum is very vast. So they could say they have any disability. They can make up crap, make up a disability. Number five, they can say because they're disabled, right? Just because they got cramps or got a bad attitude. I'm disabled, right? They use a term, there's a sophisticated term they use. It's called neurodivergent. Have you guys heard of that shit? Neurodivergent. They're talking about like brain function and because you don't you don't operate like other people, your brain function is not the same. The struggle pyramid's very weird. It's intersectionality. That's their main philosophy. So yeah, if you're a black, you're a woman, and you're gay, they're basically the ones who lead that. Look at BLM, Black Lesbians Matters. They're black, they're women, they're LGBT. That's intersectionality, right? And it's black female supremacy because in their organizations, they basically have it within their code that black women, black gay lesbian women get to be the top of the organizations. It's black female supremacy, right? And my whole thing is with this is, like I said, if they want to do what they want to do in their own community, that's fine. They can keep it over there in their community, but they want to weaponize biracials to attack the rest of us. That's when I got to jump in and say, no, I'm seeing you guys. I've been taking some notes. That's my main thing here is these black female supremacists and their saboteurs. A lot of their saboteurs are biracials they want to use against the rest of us. That's an issue. And I'm putting it on notice. Yeah. Speaking of bisexuality in the black community, that's exactly why black men have the highest rates of HIV. Black women get it from their down low black men. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. And other kind of STIs and STDs, right? Like syphilis or some of the other ones as well. They have a lot of high rates. I'm not going to misquote or speak out of term because I don't have the data in front of me. These are just broad assumptions. I know you made the comment there, but we have to provide data if we're going to make kind of concrete statements like that, right? I'm not going to just blanketly make these kind of general false claims without providing any data. But what I can publicly say is that, yeah, I know that they're for sure there's high rates amongst them. That's because of what they call kind of proclivities, right? Or fornication. Because you look at the music, the lifestyle, a lot of them promote. There's a lot of debauchery and degeneracy where there's like fornication all over the damn place, bastard, illegitimate kids. So a lot of people are touching and, getting it on, what's that song from R. Kelly, Bump and Grind, the music and stuff like that. So a lot of these people are hookup culture and all that stuff, going to the club. So they're passing on shit. Okay. That's just 1 + 1 = 2. But a lot like with the men, they measure their manhood based on all the women they can get, right? Even though most of the men they work for other races of men. They don't have the power in society. Like some other guy earlier was talking about like he made it, I think I forgot. It's been 4 hours. Shit. Someone put a comment about something. I was like, look, don't be fooled by these guys, these rappers, and these athletes. Okay, so-called black alpha males. Don't be fooled by these guys. They're boxers or fighters, whatever they are. Okay, they have a white man who tells them what to do. They got a white manager, the publishing company. They work for a white guy somewhere. White guys running shit. Okay, so don't be fooled when they try to act like they're all tough and shit, but they measure their masculinity based on the type of women they can get. Or not the type of women, excuse me, the numerical value, how many women they can get. Because the type of women, that's a whole nother discussion. Because a lot of times you have guys who are banging a lot of chicks, but they're banging a lot of low quality chicks. Overweight women, women that already have kids from other marriages, just, a lot of, and I'm not saying that's the biggest issue, but I'm saying there's a lot of lower quality women with less options that a lot of these guys are getting with. And they want to try to flex that as if they get like, you know, they're not getting the top chicks unless they got money or something, unless they're like a man of a higher value. Okay. If they're just your rank and file pookie from the hood and they're getting just some other guy's baby mama or just some other scraps, like or other races of men, that the scraps of those groups, basically. But they use that, the type of chicks they get, the number, the quantity is like a measuring stick for their masculinity. Well, I'm a real man because I got this chick and that chick. It's like, okay, yeah, but you're still working for a white man. You don't work for yourself. You're not running your own situation. So you think I'm going to take you seriously? And yeah, so that's the funny part about that. Like I said, don't be fooled by that stuff. Okay, someone got some numbers and percentages here. The rate of bisexuality is no higher in the black community. Black, Hispanic, and Asian men are less likely to admit to being gay. The reason black people have twice the rate of their white counterparts is because 80% of black women have sex with 18% of black pookies. Got some numbers here. That's why black women have the highest rate of STDs of all at 50%. Damn. You have a source for those numbers. I'm not saying it's not true, but the fact that you're bringing some numbers is appreciated. You get a source for that. You put other marriages, nah, those are single mothers. A lot of white men gutter surf in the projects in barrio. Damn, to the barrio too. I don't know, man. Gutter surf. I don't know about all that. High quality women. The whole position is for men is to eliminate the liabilities. High quality women. And for men, we have to work to get to that position. So you're a younger guy. Like even when I was 18, I remember, man, Even a black chick, she was a bartender. She was overweight, but I still hit. She offered it up. She wanted to, after work, she wanted to drink with me. She wanted to hang out. Okay. I was 18 and she was a little bit older than me. It's like, okay, I'll give you some. At that age, you're a younger guy, you want experience. You're gonna get what you're gonna get. Like there's chicks, older white women, you know, somebody's mom I got with. Like that's when you're a dude and you're barely turned an adult, you're an 18, 19, 20, and that you're gonna get what you can get as a guy, you know. I know I've been there. I know a lot of you guys, it's the truth. A lot of men listening. There's terms and the kind of nomenclature they've established for this, like for just getting, these kind of women that even today I wouldn't even deal with these women. Okay. I wouldn't even talk to them. No. But at that, when you're 18, 19, 20, you're getting into the sexual marketplace, you're an adult. It's like, yeah, whatever. The chicks who want to give you some, you're gonna take it. Depending on the guy, obviously, depending if you're like a star athlete from high school going into college and there's a lot of factors, but if you're just like a normal kind of dude, you know, you're trying to find your direction and your place, figuring stuff out, you're going to get what's offered to you. And what's offered to you is not always the best quality woman, okay? But a lot of times you'll just take it. It's like, why not? What do I have to lose? But the thing is now, what I'm saying is now you're in a position where it's like, yeah, you strive for the quality. You got to be in a position. That's why women have a lot of value. I think a lot of men, we value women because a lot of women are going to say, no, I don't want, it's a low caliber guy. I know for me, I place women at a high value, especially I judge her based on the type of men she's with or her past partners per se. If I see a woman who's got she's got a bastard kid, she got knocked up by some black thug, some pookie who isn't about shit, that is a direct reflection of that woman. I'm judging the woman more than the man. Like, you spread your legs for that guy. You have a kid, you're a baby mama by that guy. That guy is not like special. He's a random black thug guy, pookie guy. He had some swag. You got a kid by him. I'm looking at you like you know, I don't want to deal with you. But no, I put women in that status like, yeah, so when I see a woman who has her shit together, and she's super selective where she only wants to deal with men who make six figures and above. I'm not 6 feet tall, but when I see women who have these standards where they want guys who are 6 feet, look, I love the fact that women are hypergamous in today's society. That it forces men to work harder. It forces me to put in more time in the gym. It forces me to put in more hours to make more money. It forces me to be better with that level of competition. The fact that women are more competitive or they demand more if they can, the ones who are of that caliber, that are that attractive, that hypergamous nature. I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing for men to develop themselves. So I do that's what I value about women, is the ones who do have those standards where they only deal with a certain caliber of man. Like that's, you're getting a quality individual than a woman who just like, yeah, spreads her legs open for some pookie thug. She wants to prove she's a biracial woman, and she wants to prove her blackness by letting some black pookie all up in her. And then she has his bastard kid. She wants to prove that she's black. I'm like, no, I don't respect chicks like that. Sorry. Okay. I just don't. I'm not into that. You let low quality men, you give yourself to low quality men, that you're just letting me know you're a low quality woman. So yeah, have fun. You put here, this is why something like 30% of black men with college education marry interracially, and that number is growing. Those high value potential men get better women. I know I did. Are you black? You're a black man. Dude, look up Divesting Gone Wrong. A ghetto black woman, 19-year-old, kicking it with an abusive 6-year-old white man. Damn. Living in a trailer, Debbie Thomas, Olympic skater, was living in a bedbug infested trailer with a white man. Yeah, you know that channel, Divested Witch? I think she changed her username on YouTube. It's a I don't know the woman. I don't care the divester politics, but Is I think she's changed her name to like Divested Wife, I think. But I'm looking at her and she's like super anti-black man, right? Talking all this crap about black man, and I'm looking at the white guy she's got, and I'm like, you didn't upgrade, you know, like the guy you got, like that's not an upgrade. But a lot of them think just because he's white or something that like they've upgraded or something. It's bizarre. It's like, how the hell is that an upgrade? That's like just a random white guy, you know? But that's the divester shit. No, I already know it. Divestors, they call them dust vesters. They got a lot of the women, a lot of black women who are turning on them as well. There's a woman, her channel I'm subscribed to, who kind of talks about that. It's kind of funny, but I resonate with the content because she's talking some sense where it's like a lot of these divestors are full of bullshit, you know, where it's like they'll just take anything that's not black, but they're getting like a lot of times lower quality guys. It's not my business though. Whatever these women want to do what they want to do. My whole thing is, look, just leave biracials out your mouth, okay? That's what the men and the women. So I talked about the black female supremacists earlier today because they're talking about biracials, trying to talk crap because we got white moms. Like, look, that's what I'm going to talk about. These characters, if they want to divest and they want to have mixed kids and they got a white man, that's cool. You do you, okay? But they want to talk shit about biracials with white moms. They want to weaponize biracials with black moms against us. Nope. Yeah. Cool, guys. I'm going to end it. I've been here too long, guys. I know I'm going to get some reaction from this. I'm going to get a lot of more material from this. So I said everything I need to say. I'll talk to you guys on the flip side. Adios.